Hi, good morning everyone, and welcome to ABG's Life Science Summit. My name is Eric Castle, and I'm responsible for our medtech coverage here at ABG. And for today, we'll go with the standard format of a 20-minute presentation followed by a short Q&A. And to kick off the seminar, I'm very happy to have Morten Hennevall with us here today to present OssDsign.
Thank you very much.
And I won't take any more of your time, so please go ahead, Morten, with the presentation.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me once again. And good morning to everyone out there and here. As always, when we do these presentations, we have the normal disclaimer. Just if there are anyone here new to OssDsign, we operate in the orthopedic industry. It's a fairly large industry, $53 billion worth. Today, OssDsign is in two of those segments, what's known as CMF, craniomaxillofacial, with our cranial implant, and in orthobiologics with our recently launched nanosynthetic bone graft. Today, the company is active in 10 markets globally. But let me take a step back and talk a little bit why we are here. What we're seeing in the marketplace today is that the current bone replacement products just fail to heal a wide range of the skeletal defects. Now, the reasons are a little bit different. If we start with our cranial implant, unfortunately, many people have traumatic brain injuries. Some ultimately will need to have an implant. What we see in those implants, which is typically treated with conventional technologies like plastic or metal implants, is an extraordinary high rate of infection. I think the 10% you see here is even very conservative. Now, if you have an infected implant, then in the vast majority of cases, of course, it needs to be removed as it sits close to the brain. For bone, our bone graft, which we apply in spine surgery, that's a little bit different. Of course, as we grow older, and these days we get a lot older, and there are more people getting elder and elder. So, as that happens, our spine naturally degenerates. Will get what's known as spinal instability, and ultimately many will need what's called a fusion surgery, where you apply some kind of metalware, screws or rods or cages, but you always use some kind of bone graft. It can be the patient's own bone, it can be a donor-based product, or what we're offering is a synthetic solution that is biologically active. So, what we see today is at least one in 5 patients do not get that outcome. So when you add it all up, you have thousands and thousands of patients who need to go through revision surgery. That's extremely painful for the patients, but of course it's also very, very costly for society. These are extremely expensive surgeries. So what is it OssDsign is bringing to the table? Where what we have and what we offer to the market today is really the next generation bone replacement products. Products that are intended to heal as nature intended it. So basically using the body's own healing capabilities. Today we have 2 different franchises. The first one is really where OssDsign was found. It's our cranial patient-specific implant, a highly regenerative product. And as you can see, we now have post-market surveillance of almost 2,000 implants, and we have reported a constantly improving clinical outcome rate, and now it's 1.4% due to infection. So you can put that in the context of the 10% I spoke about before. The product is also the only one in the US that has what's known as an osteoconductive clearance, so the FDA acknowledges, and this is the only implant in the US, cranial implant, that has that the implant actually resorbs and turns into bone during the healing process. Now, when we introduced a new strategy for the company, we also acquired a company called Sirakoss back in 2020, which means that today we're also in the market of orthobiologics. This is a nanosynthetic bone graft product. It is extremely high margin. It's fully scalable. It's sold and produced in bulks, and it's targeting completely standard procedures, which means that you have a very constant flow of patients coming in for those surgeries. What's unique here is that this is based on preclinical data, and what we have seen, and the reason we acquired the company, is that this is the best preclinical data that we've ever seen. Essentially showing a 90% fusion rate at 12 weeks and 100% at at 26 weeks. There's only one in this discriminating animal model. It was done in called Boden model that really got to that level, and that is a drug. Very, very expensive from Medtronic and also with a fairly high risk profile. When you compare it to other, I would say, equivalent bone graft product, they typically sit around 25 to 50% fusion. So very, very promising, and as you'll see, we've been off to an extremely good start. The product today is only sold in the US. So this means that OssDsign today are in two segments of the orthopedic industry. We are in our cranial and in our biologics. Both of these segments are the fastest growing in the industry of around 7%, and also characterized by high gross profitability, in particular the orthobiologics that sits at 90%. So what that ultimately means for us is a much bigger potential than when the company was founded, operating in a $3 billion addressable market with high gross profit. The bone graft we apply to spine surgery. Bone graft is actually used from head to toe in various shapes and forms. As you can see, the biggest opportunity really is in spine. As it happens, many people in OssDsign have past life. We actually have more years of experience in spine and orthobiologics than we do in cranial in the company. So it felt very natural for us to go into this space. It's the biggest opportunity. We know the dynamics, we know the players, we know the customers, we know the surgeons, and so on. So we know how to sell the product. So how's the company doing right now? Well, in sum, the company is doing exceptionally well. We just posted our first quarter results last week with a 203% growth globally, almost 400% growth in our US business, 74% growth in the markets outside the US. Our cranial business growing by 1,000%, and then of course, because we recently launched our orthobiologics, more than 1,000%. But I think what you'll see is also some more meaningful absolute numbers. So overall, growth everywhere in the business. What we are really seeing also is that the US is continuing quite an exponential growth trajectory. What you see here on the presentation, each bar represents rolling 12-month sales. And as you can see, something quite dramatically happened coming into in particular, the early part of 22, where things really started to accelerate. That is, of course, driven by Catalyst, as you can see in that introduction. It also means that in the US right now, we have 4 consecutive quarters of triple-digit growth. And probably more importantly, we see this being very sustainable because we see underlying growth in the hospital approvals, we see underlying growth in our customer base and the number of repeat customers. And then I think it's a little bit mind-blowing. We, as a company, went into the US in 2017. It took us almost 5 million to get to a rolling 12-month sales of around 11 million. And if you look at the last quarter, that's actually exactly the number that we added in terms of incremental sales. So in the last quarter, we actually delivered as much as the company did in the first 5 years. So it tells you something about the exponential growth that we're seeing over there. The second thing that's really happening in the company is that we are increasingly becoming a US business. Only about 3 years ago, we had 1/3 of sales coming from the US. Now we have 2/3, and of course, with the growth that you're seeing in the US, that is only going to increase as we look into the coming quarters and years. What's also happening is that the bone graft, which we launched in August of 21, but it takes about 6-8 months to get these different approvals and get hospitals up and running. So we really only started selling in the second quarter. That's already 41% of sales, likely to go to closer to 50% at least here during the year. And that's just on sales. From a gross profitability point of view, I know we don't disclose it. Some would like to see that. But it already means that it's by far the majority of gross profit that's coming through the new franchise. So that is development we are clearly seeing in the company right now, which is and will be highly accretive to margins as we look forward. As we also said in the report, we are seeing growth right now being very sustainable, and we are also seeing it accelerating. So what you see here is the last 5 quarters that we've reported, and then you see the growth line adjusted for constant currency. So you're seeing a very sustainable growth quarter on quarter. You're also seeing an increase in growth line. So overall, very much in line with what we said when we launched the strategy, what we would like to see. And I think even in a market that still hasn't normalized and still suffer from staff shortages and therefore some depression on elective surgeries, I think these results are quite remarkable. But it's not all about just the numbers. As part of the strategy, and we really started doing this, towards the end of 21 or coming into 22, we are making some very meaningful strategic investments in building clinical data. A lot of it right now goes into our new orthobiologics, or the OssDsign Catalyst product. We have a first-in-man TOF fusion study running. All patients have been enrolled right now, and we're working through the data and expect to be able to publish something on that in the early part of next year. We've also set up a spinal fusion prospective multi-center registry in the US called Propel. We already hit 100 patients in November of last year. So we are really moving fast on building clinical data in that business. We've actually, early part of this year in January, we published the first patient report from our TOF fusion study showing complete fusion at 6 months and already progression to fusion after 3 months. So a very, very, very strong indication and very much in line with what we saw OssDsign Catalyst performing in the preclinical data. But in Q1, we also had some really good progression on, as I said, 100% growth on our cranial business. And we also hit some milestones, meaning that we now have 750 implants sold in Germany. We've now sold 200 implants in France, many of these in the last year or two alone. But also very importantly, lead time has been a challenge for us on the cranial-specific implants, in particular in the US, with a lead time of closer to 5 weeks. We've worked very diligently and hard over more than a year on bringing that down. And in March, we announced that now we have reduced that lead time by 40%, which means that we can now deliver a patient-specific regenerative implant in less than 3 weeks anywhere in the world. Then, as I said also early on, we're seeing a very, very strong acceleration on OssDsign Catalyst. In January, we reached what we felt was a good milestone of 500 patients over a year after just a little over a year after we launched the product. But already here in May, we've now hit 1,000 patients. So there is clearly a very exponential growth happening right now in OssDsign Catalyst. Surgeons think this is a fantastic product, very strong preclinical data, but also very importantly, and that's probably really the differentiating factor on the product, is what's known as handling capabilities or handling qualities. It works extremely well in the OR. It doesn't dissolve when you mix it with blood, and because of the high silicate level, it just allows surgeons to really mold it into exactly where they need it in the surgical site, and it stays there. So we're getting some extremely good feedback on the product, which is also reflected in the number of cases we're doing. So if I'm to sum it up, we launched a strategy some years ago, and I think we are delivering very much on the key promises in that strategy. There's clearly an enormous amount of value being created in the company these days, and I think overall we are becoming a much stronger company with greater scalability. If we just quickly look at the 5 strategic priorities, the first one was to win in the US. We now have 4 triple-digit quarters. Our rolling 12-month momentum is up 3 times, it's 65%, and it's just a much bigger and more recurring customer base. Our biologics business, 17 million in year 1 and now heavily accelerating. We have 1,000 patients treated, and we have some extremely high-profile surgeons as part of our advisory board, including our chairman, Peter Wang from Yale. We've launched a line extension, which means that we now have a full-size range on OssDsign Catalyst. Really strong momentum on our clinical programs. We're already starting to see some early publications, and we'll see a lot more in 24. And as I mentioned, we've also reduced lead time, so we can now deliver cranial PSI in less than 3 weeks anywhere in the world. So I think overall, we are very pleased and we're very proud of the progress and where the company is right now, and certainly also where it's heading in the future. So I think with that, that was everything from me, and I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you very much, Morten. So I have 3 questions for you today. And first, I think we should talk about Catalyst, which is driving the biggest improvement in sales as of now. But just to sort of understand the market you're in and maybe the long-term implications for it. I mean, the spine market is relatively consolidated by a few large players, but I guess there's a different, maybe competitive situation in your niche within synthetic bone grafts. So maybe if you could just start to talk about how that competitive situation looks. Is there anyone doing similar thing to you, or what's going on there?
Oh, I can tell you. I mean, generally, bone graft, I think, has been a little bit of a Wild West market. There are almost 400 clearances in the US with that. Interestingly, this space is not something that really matters a lot to the large players. So you have lots of from large to small players in the bone graft market. I think what's important to note, and that brings me a little bit to the dynamics in the industry. There are many of these bone grafts that are sitting there, which are first or maybe second generation technologies, where we are probably, I think we will fall into the 4th generation technology. And then there are some dynamics in the market. You know, for years, the gold standard has been to use a patient's own bone, which is called autograft, or you can use a donor-based product called allograft, or you can use a synthetic product. But what's happened is the synthetics in general is starting to show efficacy, which is at least on par, and we also showed that in our own preclinical data. We heavily outperformed the autograft, which was one comparative arm. We also did a lot better than another large product from Medtronic called Mastergraft. So we are seeing a swing towards synthetics. Also because if you use a donor-based product, I'm sure you've seen there have been some quite unfortunate cases, tuberculosis cases recently. So the risk profile is a little bit higher on those type of products. And now we have an offering which is a safe choice. We've done safety studies on it. We also published that. And I think we're seeing a swing towards these latest and greatest OssDsign Catalyst 4th generation products. So I think there's many dynamics. We're both getting older, so you're seeing an underlying growth in the volume and the patients that need treatment. But I think actually within our space, our niche space, you're also really seeing a swing towards synthetics. And to the extent that as us, you can come out and being the most nano synthetic product on the market, I think we're able to capture a lot of that growth.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. And now that you're out to hospitals and meeting surgeons and all that, what are they primarily asking for when evaluating your product? Do they think they need more clinical data? Do you need to show like economical studies on it? What health economics? Is it mostly that they want to see handling, or what's the key aspects?
Well, let me maybe just go back. This product does not change any type of procedure for the surgeon, right? So he can do this procedure exactly as he did before. So I think that's important to iron out. This is not a de novo or anything of that nature. Of course, it's a new product. It's a novel technology. So the very first question you get is it safe to use, as it should be? We've now done 1,000 cases. We've done post-market safety on 511. So I think we can, it certainly confirms a strong safety profile on the product. I think what they're really paying attention to is the preclinical data. All bone graft products in the US are cleared through the 510(k) route, which means that they're based on an animal study. So surgeons know what a good animal study looks like and what a not so good animal study looks like. And they also often can do the translation themselves based on their experience that if this shows this in animals, then it works like this in human beings. But I think the key feature for us, and that's really hard to show, you can't just show it clinically, is what we call handling. Handling qualities, meaning that the product, it comes in a syringe, it feels a little bit like clay that our kids play with, but you need to mix it with blood or other kind of liquid. It cannot dissolve. And to the extent which you can with us, because of the high level of silicate, is you can actually mold it very specifically and you can feel confident that it stays exactly where you want bone to grow. Because just imagine you want bone to grow in a certain place. If the bone graft starts to dissolve, then suddenly you're actually growing bone in places you don't want bone to grow. And that's actually what's happened a little bit with the product called Infuse from Medtronic. So if you ask me, yes, people love our preclinical data. I really think it's the handling that's setting us apart from competition. And you see it immediately when you show this to surgeon. They're very hard to impress. They're a tough crowd, but many of them just put in their hands and go, wow. This feels really good. And that is important. It's an area that's very often neglected, but if it doesn't work intraoperatively for the surgeon, it's very hard to get usage. If it works well, it can actually swing things.
Yeah, and I think you've showed that in the numbers as well. You showed these pretty graphs before. And there has been a really good launch of it, and you've been reporting ahead of at least my expectations. But I was curious to sort of look under the hood and sort of see what's going on in the launch. Is there any specific large hospitals that has been driving these volumes, or would you say that it's fairly broad with a lot of hospitals and a lot of surgeons, or is there like a few champions driving these sales?
No, I think so let me just first answering, we are now moving beyond just these a few small ones. We have many dozens actually of what's known as VAC approvals, and we have many users of the product. So we're no longer in this handful or two hands. We are way beyond that. But of course, within that, you have a normal distribution as you do in all business. You have some very high users, you have some medium users, and then you have a tail end of a little bit lower users. And of course, you're trying to bring them into more users. But of course, many of the ones that may be using a little less are also the latest arrivals. And it's quite natural. They start using you for certain procedures, and then they feel comfortable, they see there's no safety concerns, and then they expand from there. So there's nothing out of the ordinary, but I think it has surprised me actually how broad we've actually been able to get into the market. Bear in mind, we've really only been there a year and a half from starting to even engage with surgeons. So I think it's quite mind-blowing, and it's also, as I said, actually ahead of our own. Things are moving really fast, and we are running fast to keep up with that demand.
Yeah, it's been really impressive. Very excited to see where we end up in a few years. So thank you very much, Morten. We'll now take a pause at this track until 10:30 when we have AddLife presenting here. But in the meantime, we'll be live over at track 2 with Integrum starting in a few minutes. So we'll be right back over there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, from this short break. Very excited to have AddLife with us here for the next presentation, and CEO Fredrik Dahlborg here to present the company. I'll let you go ahead with the presentation right away.
Thank you, Eric. Very nice to be here today, and thanks for coming, and thanks for attending online as well. We also have Christina Rubenhag in the room, our CFO, so we should be able to answer any questions you might have. But I'll start with an overview of the company as well as an update about the first quarter. So, taking a step back, looking at our company, we are a company with a strong European footprint that has been growing significantly in the past few years. We have established companies in almost all European countries. We have two business areas, LabTech and MedTech. And whereas MedTech is nowadays the largest business area, it has grown significantly, primarily over the past 2-3 years. Within MedTech, we have a home care business, which is relatively small, but in which we have a very broad portfolio catering to all the needs of home care. And but the biggest business within the MedTech is hospital business. We'll get more into that later on. In the LabTech area, we have diagnostics and biomedical and research, two roughly same size business units. So moving forward into our business model, we are primarily a distributor. We are active very close to the customer, and we are able to continuously update our offering to the varying and changing customer needs. We make sure that the customers have exactly what they need, irrespective of the manufacturer of the product. We also have a very, very strong service component in our offering that really sets us apart from competition. So if you look at this picture here, you can also see that it is not only a distribution model. We also have a number of companies that are active in developing and manufacturing products. We have close relationships with product suppliers, and we sell to the customers directly through tenders and also increasingly to digital channels. The customer groups are fairly diverse. Main customer group, I would say, is hospitals, but we have a big component of clinical labs of various kinds, home care, elderly care, pharmaceutical companies, academia, also food industry and veterinary. So a broad range of customers. So looking at what we actually provide, it's a very broad product range, actually close to 10 million different SKUs, so very, very broad. But as you can see on this slide, it's a bit of a summary of some key product lines. We provide a wide range of quite advanced instruments. It could be in things like sepsis, testing for COVID, obviously, and other diseases, blood gas, increasingly gene expression, and the different types of analysis of DNA, etc. Combined with these, we often sell consumables, such as aspirators, diagnostic disposables, and so on. And we also have a wide range of orthopedic products like hip implants, knee implants, and so on. And we have a broad range of various hospital consumables, oftentimes linked to surgery of different kinds. So this combination provides a quite stable revenue flow. Sometimes the consumable sales are linked to the installed base of instruments. Very often we have a long customer agreement linked to tenders, often 3 to 5 years each. So a broad range and a big component of recurring revenue. So taking a quick look at the start of 2023, we're very happy to share that we have a very, very strong start to the year. AddLife, as many of you are quite aware, have been benefiting quite a bit from the COVID sales. We've been able to support the healthcare system with COVID testing. That is, of course, now being reduced, while during this period we have taken strategic efforts to position ourselves for the market post-COVID. And that we have done by expanding in the hospital segment in anticipation of a strong growth in surgical procedure once the pandemic is over. So now we're seeing that development actually taking place. So during the first quarter, we saw a very strong increase in demand related to surgical procedures. And this is something we see across the board for all the countries in which we're active. Also, our industry peers are seeing the same thing, as that's been evident in the Q1 reports for many of our other companies active in the elective surgery area. So for us, Q1 2023 is really the final quarter where we have a substantial COVID revenue in our comps. So, but after Q1 2022, we really saw a clear decline in COVID sales. That was kind of the last burst when we saw the Omicron and that increased the sales in that quarter. But going forward, we can look forward to not having significant COVID number in our comps. We are happy to see that the organic growth was strong in both business areas, 10% in Labtech and 13% in Medtech. We are also seeing a positive margin trend. This has been supported by volumes, but also by a very active price management and a favorable product mix. So all in all, we think we're quite well positioned for this market condition that we're in, and that's a market condition that we think will remain for many quarters ahead. So taking a little bit look at the COVID numbers, and as I mentioned, in Q1 2022, we saw an increase in sales due to Omicron. But as you can see on this slide, after that, COVID sales have been quite low. Nowadays, COVID testing is not done in any large or meaningful volume. Oftentimes the tests are done in combination with other types of tests. So we, from Q1 2023, we are no longer separating that revenue stream. So again, going forward, we look at COVID as being behind us, and we have redirected our resources to selling new products, introducing products, doing demos and so on at customer sites, doing commercial activities at conferences and such, driving new products in a way which we have not been able to during the COVID. So if we take a look at the numbers, clearly there was a decline in revenue as the final COVID sales came out, so that there was a reduction of around 500 million in sales, but it was compensated partially by organic growth, acquisitions, but also favorable currency effects. So in total, we only lost 5% on the top line. If you look at the profitability, the same thing there. Labtech profits came down due to lost volume for COVID, but the Medtech profit compensated for that partly. And all in all, we arrived at the 14.9% EBITDA margin for the quarter, which is below 2022, of course, because of that decline, but still holding up pretty well. It should be noted, though, that we have an adjustment in the numbers of a contingent consideration. So if you remove that, the EBITDA margin for the group was 11.5. Taking a look at the organic growth, it's an interesting chart to look at. Actually, the green line in this chart represents Labtech. So it is a little bit up and down, but always in a quite positive area. So throughout the whole COVID period, we were able to grow organically, excluding COVID in the Labtech business. And we can also see that it's now picking up, and for the Q1 of 2023, 10% for Labtech. Looking at the blue line, Medtech organic growth has been a bit subdued during the COVID period, which is totally understandable because a lot of surgeries have been postponed until after COVID. But now, starting in the final quarter of 2022, but very strongly first quarter 2023, we see a clear pickup in the organic growth in Medtech, which we had expected and now are really happy to see. If we take a look at the EBITDA margin, that is also in a positive trend if we take a few quarters back. And it could be interesting to take a look at the margin by business area. So you can see the blue line represents medtech, which has traditionally been 8 to 10% EBITDA margin. That is now increasing primarily due to a number of more profitable companies that we have acquired, but also lately, in particular in Q1 2023, we see a pickup that's driven by volume and healthy product mix. For Labtech, the orange line in this graph, you can see that it certainly picked up profitability-wise clearly during the COVID period. From the starting point of somewhere between 10 to 12%, it has been significantly above that during COVID, primarily driven by volumes. Now it's coming down as the COVID volumes disappear, but we are still maintaining a quite healthy margin at 12.7 in this quarter. If we take a look at the market trends, we are clearly now in a post-pandemic environment. Elective surgery is clearly increasing across all of Europe. At the same time, the hospital systems are challenged with the capacity constraints, staffing shortage, and so on. So in this context, the healthcare systems are looking for efficiency, for outcome optimization, and to manage spending with the most output. This is something that we are seeing and will see more of in the future, a trend that we are quite well positioned to manage. We have many types of products that allow the healthcare system to manage more patients with the same resources, such as minimally invasive surgery, home care solution, and a very, very strong service component that we offer. So I think we're well positioned for this market situation. We see a continued distributor consolidation. Smaller distributor in each market have some challenges with the new regulations such as MDR and IVDR, and also capital requirements and so on. So the model that we have had for a long time, acquiring small to medium size distributors is clearly a very valid and attractive business model. At the same time, there are larger players in the field as well who have a similar strategy to us in some ways, acquiring smaller local companies. We see also a lot of movement in the ownership of these entities, so that could be a benefit from us as well. Looking at the major medtech companies, I know that probably some of you are following them quite well and are able to see that there is a focus on the core. There is a lot of restructuring going on. Some of them have probably built too much resource during the COVID period and are now forced to reduce the local staffing. So we see that in multiple countries in Europe, a lot of reductions in the teams, and also an effort to get rid of product portfolios that are viewed as non-core. This opens up an opportunity for us in many ways, a lack of focus on the customer, product portfolios that we can take over, and so on. So all in all, a quite dynamic situation that we are quite well positioned to handle. Also, looking at our business, we have a huge stability in the demand. We have selected our segments, which here are represented by the small circles in the MedTech and Labtech business unit. These segments have been carefully chosen in areas where we can have a strong position, where the service component is important, where technology trends play in our favor, and we have a position in which we can oftentimes set prices and have a strong position in compared to competition. And also taking a look at the industry here, it's clear that the healthcare industry is non-cyclical and quite stable even during times of economic slowdown. So you can see the healthcare spending graph here with the orange bars representing spending that is continuously growing in spite of GDP growth. GDP growth here is the gray line, and even though it might drop like it did in 2008 and 2009, as well as during the COVID years, the healthcare spending remains and oftentimes increases as a part of GDP. This is also reflected in the AddLife numbers. In here we are showing back to 2014, we were still a business unit within AdTech. Looking at that trend, it's a very stable revenue growth paired with a strong stability in terms of profitability. And of course, in this graph, we see the clear impact of COVID as well. But the underlying trend is certainly stable and positive. So to summarize it all, our company AddLife has been positioned for this post-pandemic environment by growing significantly in segments that benefit from an increase in surgery. So now in this first quarter, we have seen that really happening in the numbers. We started to see a positive trend towards the end of last year, but now it's very evident in the numbers, confirmed by all our country managers, all our CEOs out in the different countries, and also looking at industry peers. And clearly, the organic growth is strong both in LabTech and MedTech. We see a positive margin trend driven by volumes, but also diligent work from all the teams in terms of pricing in times of inflation. And the cash flow is a little bit subdued, possibly. It's stable, but we could do a little bit better job there. We're tying a lot of capital linked to the growth and also linked to the requirements of customers, primarily in the surgical area. We have strengthened the commercial team quite a bit to take good care of the companies that we have, to reflect our new and much larger size, and also set ourselves up for future growth. And the priorities for the company right now is to protect and improve the profit. We also want to drive organic growth. We see a lot of potential for that in the different areas we're active. Cash flow is a key priority for us to finance further growth, but also reduce the debt. And we are working actively with our acquisition pipeline, which is something that has been a key part of our strategy all along. And we are focusing primarily on small to medium-sized acquisitions going forward. So this is a bit of a summary, and now we can open up for questions.
Thank you very much, Fredrik. And I do have some questions for you.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah. So when I talk to investors now, there's a lot of focus on your net debt. So you're active in doing a lot of big M&A in 2021, and now the net debt EBITDA stands at 3.7 as of Q1. So people want to know, or investors want to know, how can you reduce that net debt? Is there any clear path, sort of maybe reducing working capital or any other activities you can do to get back, say, below 3 or 2.5? And is that where the level is where you're comfortable again to start doing a bit more of the smaller M&A that you're historically known for?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And so clearly we have, over the past few years, had a very high acquisition activity, a little bit more than normal, but it's been driven by the fact that we have had the ambition to position ourselves quite well for the post-pandemic world. So this has primarily driven the increased presence in the hospital segment, as well to become a truly European player. It has costed a fair amount of money, and in particular, since some of the platforms we have acquired are large. But they are also the platform for future growth in hospital and in Europe. We have the ambition to reduce the debt. It's not alarming to us in any way. We say that because we have strong banking relationships, and also, as I mentioned here in the presentation, a very, very stable business with a very, very predictable and stable cash flow generation. So we will use that cash flow to reduce debt, but also to some extent to finance growth, primarily in acquisitions. But that will indeed be the smaller type of acquisitions that we have traditionally been strong in, small to medium-sized companies, preferably acquiring from an entrepreneur. And in those types of acquisitions, the valuation multiple is also much, much more attractive. So in short, the cash flow that we generate, will be used primarily to reduce debt, but we will also do some smaller acquisitions. Cash, we are tying a little bit more of net working capital than we would prefer right now. That's partly driven by the fact that some of our businesses, the nature of their business is such that they need to be quite responsive to quick customer needs. But on the other hand, they get paid quite well for that responsiveness. But there is also work we can do. Some of the companies that have recently come into the portfolio are not as efficient as we expect. And so if you look at some of the companies that have been in the portfolio for a longer period of time, we can see that they have been much more efficient in their capital management. And so that's our ambition to drive also the new companies in that direction.
Great. And for your sort of more CapEx-dependent companies that you have in the portfolio, I get some mixed messages when it comes to healthcare funding. Some say the gaps are filled for their sort of products. Some say it isn't. As a whole, how would you describe that sort of funding situation for your companies when it comes to healthcare CapEx?
Yeah, I think in Sweden there is a little bit of concern for region budgets and whatnot, but we're certainly seeing that the activity is higher in Sweden too. There are many more surgical procedures being conducted. Still not at the level that it was before the pandemic though. And that's probably true for other countries like UK as well. In Spain, actually, we are seeing that that it's getting back to the level it was before the pandemic, and there the funding is really good. So it varies a little bit by country. I think looking at the UK, for example, there's also extra funding that's being handed to the NHS to handle the backlog because they have a very large number of patients waiting, which is of course a problem for the society as a whole. So I think there will be some areas where there will be more of a cost consciousness that can actually be a benefit for us in certain ways, driving certain more efficient procedures. There are many countries though where there is a clear spending and a strong political will to quickly reduce these long waiting lines. So it's never a consistent answer for all of Europe, but we see the trend is the same everywhere. The ambition is the same everywhere. There will be some variances in terms of how the politicians choose to manage it, but we expect for the coming quarters continuously a strong demand for surgical equipment.
Okay, so fairly positive. Then I want to touch on Labtech. I mean, the margins has been great, actually, now. Pre-pandemic, you talked about delivering 10 to 12%. It was now 13% in Q1. But Labtech, it hasn't changed very much through acquisitions. It's been mainly medtech that you've acquired companies in recently. So I was just curious on, has something happened structurally within Labtech that has allowed you to have these 13% margins instead? And is that sustainable?
I think nothing substantial has changed in the Labtech business. We have made a few smaller acquisitions with good digital commercial models, but that are contributing nicely, but they're not that big. So one should not expect something dramatic to change in terms of margins. We, like you correctly stated, 10 to 12 was the range we normally moved within before the pandemic. Then it boomed the margins. Now it's back to 12.7. I think that's a reasonable level. We shouldn't expect certainly not pandemic levels on the margins going forward. It's more back to a more normal situation. However, a situation where we are also able to launch new products, work more focused again on efficiency improvements and so on. So our ambition is, of course, always to grow the profit by 15% each year. That's clearly stated. So that is what we will be driving. But in short, nothing dramatic has changed the logic in the Labtech business.
Okay, perfect. I think I have time to squeeze in one last question. And of course, we have to talk inflation.
Yeah.
So some companies are being hurt by inflation. They have maybe poor bargaining power versus both their customers and suppliers, but how would you say that your sort of situation is in that sense? Can you pass on price increases, or can you even benefit from inflation, given that your position is quite strong?
The quick answer is yes, we can pass on price increases. No, I don't think we will benefit from it. I think we can protect our margins, we can pass it on. It won't be so that we can kind of increase the prices much more than the costs have increased. And because we're supplying the healthcare system, there are some limitations there as well. We will protect the margins, but we won't be increasing the margins due to inflation.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Fredrik. I think that's all the time we had. We'll now take a short pause and return with MedCap in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Very happy to have Medcap here with us for the next presentation and CEO Anders Dahlberg to present the company. In the interest of time, I think I'll hand it right over to you, Anders, for the presentation.
Thank you, Eric. Glad to be here. So I'm going to present Medcap. And Medcap is since 20 years an investor in small and medium-sized life science companies. Profitable small and medium-sized life companies that we invest in and develop further in a model where we combine the scale of a larger group as Medcap with the entrepreneurship of smaller companies, staying close to the end users and close to the customers. So today I'm going to give you an overview of the group, both in terms of financials and the operations that we have, and then talk a little bit about some of the achievements in last year and also in the first quarter, a few comments on that before we move into financial targets. And to conclude with why we think that Medcap is a great home for companies, for us as employees, and for you as investors. So we create value by providing products and services that really make a difference for the end users, that create efficiencies for the healthcare system, and overall health economics. And I will speak a little bit to some of the products and services as we move through the presentation. So today the group has sales above 1.2 billion SEK and EBITDA of about 260 million. We will come back to financials, but I think before I do that, I want to talk more about what we actually do, our companies. So our group is reporting in two segments. 1/3 is specialty pharma and 2/3 in med tech. If we dive further into it, it's really 1/3 pharma, as we said, 1/3 assistive technology, and 1/3 in medical devices, nutrition, and probiotics. Our heritage is very much from the Nordic region, so our sales today is still a little shy of 75% in the Nordic region. However, we see that through organic growth as well as acquisitions, the European piece is growing. And today we have a European strategy in terms of where we want to grow as a group and also where we want to grow in terms of investments in new companies. So what do? We have today 5 clusters of operations. And we have, aside from these 5 clusters, we continue to also look at new potential clusters or platforms, we can call them, to add to the group. So today, I'll give you a quick overview. First, we have our assistive technology cluster, which provides products that simplify the everyday life for persons with special needs. So this is for providing mobility, accessibility, but also communication and cognitive tools. The drivers in this is really the prevalence of diagnoses such as autism and ADHD, but also an elderly population. Our operations are strong in the Nordics, Netherlands, UK, and also provide exports through other markets in Europe, but also globally. Our next cluster is Cardiolex, where we provide easy-to-use digital workflow for ECG for hospitals and cardiologists. Drivers here is really cardio diagnostics, as well as the digitalization and integration of data at hospitals. The operations is primarily in Germany, followed by the Nordics, and again with exports into other European markets. Our third platform is Impact, which is in consumer health primarily, and is riding on the trends in terms of wellness and fitness, being a contract manufacturer and partner to the brands. And our fourth cluster and last platform within the medical device area is Multiply, which provides specialized components, carbon fiber components for medical imaging and X-ray equipment. And here we have a global customer base of OEM manufacturers of primarily mammography systems. So the first 4 clusters is what we report in our medtech segment. And then to the far right, we have our pharma business area with Unimedic, which is based on 2 businesses. One is our pharmaceutical portfolio, that we continue to develop our own pharmaceuticals and being a partner to international pharma companies wanting to distribute in the Nordics. And the other part is a contract manufacturing, where we manufacture liquid pharmaceuticals for our own portfolio, but also for external customers. So with that, you have an overview of our group as it looks today. And we continue our journey to have strong focus on organic growth, setting ambitious business plan targets for each of the companies within the group, but also looking at add-on acquisitions to grow each of these clusters where we have domain expertise and knowledge about the market. And then, as I said in the beginning, we also look at how we can grow the group with new platforms and clusters aside to these. So let's turn to some of the events over the last year, but also over the last quarter, which we reported a month ago. So if we look into, or back into 2022, some of the highlights included Unimedic's growth of its own product portfolio. As I mentioned before, it's a core part of the strategy to develop more and more of our own pharmaceuticals. So we had good growth in the Nordic region for our own portfolio, but also in terms of out-licensing to other markets outside of the Nordics. Abilia, which is in the assistive technology cluster, continued to gain trust from its important tender customers. Abilia also made an acquisition in Norway in terms of acquiring Cognita, which provides cognitive and communication tools, primarily digital tools, which strengthens our offering primarily in Norway. Impact, which is our probiotics and nutrition business, has had a strong growth over the last couple of years, and management has been very successful in terms of taking market share, providing good service to customers. And we decided in 22 to take the decision to move the operations into a new modern facility, which also adds capacity. Cardiolex, our ECG business, continue to see the synergies of being both a German and a Nordic company, where we combine the digital offering that we have in the Nordics with the German platform of the product portfolio there, which means that we can address new customers in more segments in the market. Point number 6, Multiply successfully transferred 3 of its production sites into one new modern facility. This was a decision that was taken in 2020 to move into one new modern site, again on the back of strong, good growth for the company. So we had a successful move without any interruption to customers and deliveries. If we turn to MedCap, we announced a public offer to acquire Adera Care towards the end of the year, which was then finalized in the first quarter. And overall, the group of companies, on the back of good performance in all our entities, could deliver its highest sales and EBITDA results yet. So we had a 21% sales growth and a 28% EBITDA growth. So with that, we'll turn to some more recent updates in terms of financials and the first quarter. So the first quarter continued with strong growth. We had 45% growth, where of course the acquisition of Adera Care contributes strongly. But I think what's really encouraging and nice to see is that more than half of our growth in the first quarter was organic growth. Good demand in both of our business areas, and the largest uplift was in the pharmaceutical area. And again, this links back to what we presented on the previous slide in terms of growing our own portfolio. And as we grow our own portfolio, both sales growth, but also the share of own portfolio of own products also supports profitability. So the profitability increased by 33%, excluding one-time effects associated to the acquisition. And we had a margin of about 20%. This was a margin dilution of a couple of percentage points, which was expected as the Adera Care entities came in with a product portfolio of physical assistive products, which typically have a lower margin. Over time, we will of course work to find improvements in terms of profitability and margins in the DR Care portfolio. But the first step there was to identify and execute on the cost synergies. So in the first quarter, we could identify and execute of 14 million of cost savings, of which approximately half will impact 2023. And then the last financial comment to make here in terms of where we stand after the first quarter is that we still have a very strong balance sheet. We continue to have a net cash position, which means that there's plenty of room for making investments and acquisitions. And we'll come back to this also as we talk through our financial targets and investment strategy. So a few years ago, the group set a target of reaching 1.5 billion SEK in sales in 2023. And we previously showed on the slide that we're at 1.2 billion. And with the acquisitions made and the strong organic growth, we see that we're tracking well towards our targets. I think perhaps the more important target that we have even more focus on is the growth of EBITDA, to grow EBITDA by at least 15% per year. And again, this is a target that we've outperformed for many years and did again in 2022 with 28% EBITDA growth. On the last slide, I ended that our cash, we still have a positive cash position in Q1, and that's what you see on the last financial target, to keep a net debt to EBITDA ratio below 3, and we're currently in the negatives, showing that we have ample room then to utilize our balance sheet for making acquisitions and investments. So what is it that we look for then? We, of course, focus purely on life sciences. That is the sector where we have the network, where we have the understanding for the companies, and where we see that we can create value. We talk to companies and entrepreneurs in Europe. To be more specific, I think most of the companies, of course, from our heritage is from both the Nordics. We also have a lot of dialogues in Germany, Benelux, and the UK primarily. We look at businesses that we call small to medium size, which range from anything very small, like a product company of maybe 10 million, could be something that we could acquire as an add-on acquisition. But I would say that most of the conversations we have are with companies that are in the size between maybe 50 to 150, 200 million SEK of revenue. We're a long-term owner, and a long-term owner with a majority ownership, but we're also open to own together with an entrepreneur that over time wants to find a succession for their company. And what we look for when we have a conversation with a company is that it's going to needs to have a profitability. So it's a proven company that has shown profitability, shown success in the market, commercially proven. They have a position that we understand. They have a position in the market that we believe in, but they also have a potential, and that potential could be both on operational side, that we see that we can improve efficiency in the company, or commercially, that there are opportunities to grow the company into new market segments with new distributors or into new geographical markets. And what it all comes down to is to make sure that there's the right people to drive the business forward. And sometimes the person who's been running and owning the company wants to continue and wants to work together with us with that. In other cases, there may be a succession situation where the owner wants to hand over, and it's up to us to find new management. So this is where we spend a lot of our time in terms of the group company of Medcap. And our model, as I said in the beginning, combines a sector focus, sector expertise, and network with the entrepreneurship of smaller organizations where they're decentralized local decision-making, integrity of brands and the DNA of the businesses to maintain quick and agile decision-making, but also having the long-term mindset of a long-term owner. and combining that with a scale that's available in a larger group in terms of business development, M&A, but also governance and financing. And this is the model that we've operated for 20 years and continue to deliver profitable growth with. So over time, as I said, organic growth, I want to underline that all the time because I think that's really important, that in terms of where we spend a lot of our time and where our management teams in each of the companies spend their time is, of course, in terms of developing the business, in terms of setting new ambitious targets, setting new strategies, meeting new distributors, growing the business and the product portfolio. But then in addition to that, we want to utilize our financial strength to make add-on acquisitions. And over time, we typically make or have made 1 to 3 acquisitions per year, typically. This has built the clusters that we have today, and this is what can continue to build on those clusters, but also build new clusters. So I want to have this as the summary slide, why we think it's great to be working with MedCap and why we think it's also a good investment. We work in an industry that creates value, that really makes a difference. We've delivered profitable growth through the model that we have. We believe that the combination of the scale of the group with the entrepreneurship of smaller companies is successful and has been proven successful. And we also operate in a market where we see that there are a lot of companies out there. There's a fragmented market. It's a large market. Healthcare, of course, in itself has a lot of growth, but there's also a lot of innovation and new things coming in, which means that there are still a lot of small to medium-sized companies where we think over time we could be a good home for those companies. So with that, I'll end the presentation and open up for questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Anders. So first question, you may not agree, but from my point of view, it seems like a lot of your companies, thinking mainly about Abilia and Adercare, has some, I would call them more simple products, maybe not high-tech products. So I was just wondering if, like, are those sort of companies your sweet spot in that you can develop those geographically, etc.? Or is there a rationale to also look towards maybe more high-tech companies that could have wider moats, for example, and IPs, to perhaps see less competition in the long term? Or what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think overall that innovation is important to have to protect your position and to have growth over time. So you need to be innovative, whether you're working with a physical product or whether you're working with an IT product or whether it's a chemical compound. You need to have innovation. So I wouldn't say that it's just because it's physical products that it's a basic. I still think you need to innovate in those areas. I also think that if you look at our portfolio within assistive technology, you have a range from physical products that you may call basic into products that we invest a lot of R&D time into developing software, combining software and hardware to make the best for end users. So I think there's quite a bit of innovation. You mentioned IP. That doesn't mean that there's always IP into it, but creating innovation in a combined product and a combined service to the customers, I think that's where you strengthen your position, and that's something that we try to do in each of our companies.
Okay. And you talked about the clusters earlier with assistive technology, etc. Which of those would you say has the lowest hanging fruit in terms of further geographical expansion into Europe?
It's definitely high on the agenda in both the assistive technology and the ECG side. Those are product-based businesses that we know have been successful in different geographical markets. We know that the end users are the same in more markets. The funding systems may be different, so there's a way forward that you need to understand, but that there should be a geographical opportunity to grow those two type of segments. In terms of the pharma business, we have grown that outside of the Nordics, and we can do that on some of the products where we have registrations that allow you to sell those into other markets. But it's a little bit of a different regulated market versus growing one of your assistive technology products. So it's different markets.
Okay. And the own pharmaceutical portfolio has performed incredibly well throughout 22 and now also Q1 23. But could you talk about what's happening there with, I guess melatonin has been a big contributor, also geographical expansion, but could you just add some color on what has been the main drivers in that portfolio?
Sure. So if we take a long perspective back, many years, then it started as really contract manufacturing, lower margins providing liquid manufacturing services to other companies. And then over time, the strategy is built to build a sales organization in the Nordics, and then of course to fill that sales organization with more products, which could be either our own registered pharmaceuticals or partner products. And the growth that we've seen, if we take sort of a 5-year perspective, there's been a number of good partnerships that provided more products to sell in that channel towards the Nordic market. So that's contributed to the growth that we've seen over a number of years. And then, as you mentioned, melatonin came in as a product in our own portfolio about a year and a half ago, started well in terms of the Nordics, and then out licensed to another market in Europe. And that's also, of course, fueled growth.
And you aim to release maybe 1, sometimes 2 of these, own portfolio products per year. It's now been a short while since you did so, and I guess you should be releasing something new in the near term. Do you have anything in the pipeline that could be released fairly soon, or do you see that further out?
So we haven't communicated that we would do 1 every year, but if we look at the pace over time, it's typically been 1 every other year.
Yeah.
But then there could be alterations to a product, which could be a different size, a different strength, and so on. That means that we still take something new to the market, but it may not be a full new product. So obviously that's a key part of the strategy, to continue to develop those and find those products where sort of niche in area where we think that it makes sense for us to develop a new product. We're not an R&D company in the sense that we have the type of portfolio of a pipeline that you would see in more R&D based, but there is continuous development in terms of taking known compounds, creating something new, maybe a new formulation, and bringing it to market.
Okay. And then I was just curious on how the M&A scene has changed. It was very active in 2021. Everyone was buying companies. Valuation became quite elevated. You were prudent in not buying too much back then, but now it seems like valuations has come down a bit. Activity hasn't really picked up yet, but what are you seeing in terms of possible acquisitions right now?
So we'll speak generally, but I think versus 2021, we definitely see a difference. Then it was a very active market, and as you say, we saw a lot of possible transactions, but we also declined to do them at those levels. In terms of the change towards where we are now, I think, of course, the current climate will reduce valuations somewhat. At the same time, we're speaking to often profitable companies, so they're not in a squeeze where they need to sell. It's a long-term dialogue when it's a good timing for them to join MedCap. So valuations may come down somewhat, but I think overall the intensity of the deal making that was in 2021 has cooled down, which in our world I think benefits us in a way.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Anders. That was all the questions I had for you today. So we'll take a short pause and return with Sedana in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome back, everyone. Very happy to have Sedana here with us now, and the CEO, Johannes Doll, here to present the company. I'll let you go ahead with the presentation and join you back for a short Q&A after.
Sure. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So let's talk about Sedana Medical. Improving life during and beyond sedation. That's our purpose. And I like starting these kinds of presentations with that purpose because it really means a lot for us. So if you were to ask any of my colleagues out there that is selling our inhaled sedation products to our customers, or if you were to ask any of our customers, so doctors, nurses that are sedating their patients in the intensive care units, more than 1,000 intensive care units around the world with our products, all of them are going to be able to give you a story where our products have actually turn things to the better for critically ill patients. And by definition, in our case, those are patients that are not doing very well. So I'll tell you a secret, they typically don't look like this anymore. This is a very healthy Norwegian woman that was hired for a photo shoot. And in reality, these patients are critically sick and very often in a kind of between life and death kind of situation. And being able to make a difference for these kind of patients is very rewarding for us. It's a great motivational drive for my colleagues out there, but it's also relevant, I think, from an investor perspective, because at least in theory, it should only be good medicine that translates into good business in the end. So who are these patients we are talking about? Mechanically ventilated patients in intensive care. So if you look at the world, there's roughly 30 million patients each year that are unlucky enough to need treatment in an intensive care unit. Roughly 40% of those need to be mechanically ventilated, so they can't breathe by themselves, but they need a machine, a ventilator to breathe for them. And that can have a range of different reasons. Could be that they had an accident, could be they had a surgery, could be that they had a sepsis, multiple organ failure, and of course in the last couple of years, a lot of COVID patients as well. And now most of us here in the room are hopefully lucky enough never to have been in that situation, but it's quite easy to imagine that it's a very, very uncomfortable situation to be in. You're most likely in pain, you're afraid, you have anxiety, you're in an environment you don't know, a lot of machinery around you, a lot of beeping and alarms going off. So it's quite easy to understand that a lot of these patients need to be sedated. So calm down, relax down a little bit, put to sleep so they can cope with the situation and don't start trying to pull out tubes or other lines into the body, which of course would be a great safety risk. And what Sedana Medical is here for is to change how that sedation is done. So for decades, the way sedation in the ICU has been done was intravenous sedation, so needle in your arm, typically a drug called propofol. In the old days, midazolam, that's still used quite a lot. And that works, so most doctors will agree that that is a way of sedating patients. The big downside of that is propofol and the other drugs, they accumulate in the body. So the longer you're sedated, the more you will have in the system. And what you will see is that these patients take a long time to wake up, take a long time to recover. When they wake up, there's often neurological problems, so delirium, hallucinations, being very disoriented. And propofol even has its own syndrome, propofol infusion syndrome, PRIS, which happens in 1 to 3% of patients. And when it occurs, it's very often fatal because it goes to all the organs. And what we are bringing to the market is inhaled sedation, so sedation with a gas, as you would do it in the operating theater. And the big advantage of that is that you breathe in the gas and you breathe it out. It doesn't stay in the body. So we've run a big head-to-head trial versus propofol, a big clinical trial with more than 300 patients. And what we have shown is that the sedation as such works as well as for propofol. So nobody has to worry not to get this patient sedated. But we did show superiority in quite a few clinically relevant endpoints. So for example, these patients woke up faster. There was more spontaneous breathing, so breathing out of your own strength, which is important. And also they needed less opioids, which once we make the step towards the US, that will become a really relevant endpoint as well. And what we've also shown in the post-hoc analysis is that these patients leave the ICU on average 4 days earlier than someone that has been intravenously sedated, which of course is a huge difference as well. Just to give you a little bit of a feel, we don't have time to go into too much detail. So I'll skip the technical part. The big takeaway here is the big advantage of our therapy is we don't have to ask hospitals to buy new capital equipment. It does work with the existing ventilators, the existing pumps that are already in the ICU, and they only buy the consumables from us. So in our case, the main product is this little filter that you see here, the black thing, the Sedaconda ACD. and that you just switch into the breathing circuit of the ventilator. And it's also a quite efficient filter, so 90% of the gas that the patient breathes out gets captured by the device and it goes into the patient again. So that means that you only use 10% of the gas that you would use in an operating theater, which of course has financial advantages, but also is much better from an environmental sustainability perspective. So, if you want to do, think of the perfect therapy, of course you want to have convincing patient benefits. I already talked about those. So these patients wake up faster, they need less opioids, there's more spontaneous breathing, and they are able to leave the intensive care unit earlier. But what's getting more and more important in most countries in the world, of course, is it's not only about patient benefits, but it's also about the economical side and how does a therapy impact the hospital's P&L. So what you want to show is health economic benefits as well, and we are lucky to be able to show both clinical benefits and the health economic benefits. And that's not just us having cooked that up in an Excel sheet, but it's NICE, so National Institute of Care and Health Excellence in the UK, that has made a report, put out a guidance recommending our products for inhaled sedation, and also confirming that every patient on our products saves the hospital £3,800 on average, which is a quite sizable sum, but also quite easy to understand because the intensive care unit is the most expensive place in the hospital. So if you discharge a patient to the normal ward faster, that results in a saving for the system. So what does all of this mean from an investor perspective? What is true and has always been true is we are operating with quite healthy gross margins. We've been able to increase those a little further to more than 70% in Q1 of this year. So by definition, if we manage to scale the company up, then it can become a quite profitable business. And we already do have proof of concept for that. So our main market is Germany, where roughly 2/3 of our sales come from. More than half of the intensive care units in Germany already use our products. So it can be done. We are working on creating more Germanys, so having the same kind of uptake in other markets as well, while further growing Germany as well. And we have lots of places to grow. So we have approval for the full therapy, including the device and the gas, in 17 countries. Still waiting for the UK, so hopefully that will be 18 soon. We also have not yet touched the largest potential market, the US, where a clinical program is ongoing, which I will come back to. And we just got an extra boost of our motivation in the US because the FDA has given us fast track designation. And these days, very important, we have a reasonably strong balance sheet, 560 million SEK in cash and short-term deposits end of last quarter, which allows us to execute on our plan without having to ask the market for new money, which of course these days is extremely important. Q1 of this year was an extremely important quarter for us because it's not a secret that 2022 was very turbulent for us. So if you look at the longer term perspective here. Of course, COVID meant a boost in sales for the company. Reversely, 2022 brought us back. So more than 20% sales decline simply because there was so much less patients in the ICU. So Q1 was very important because for the first time we were able to show growth again. Company grew 12%, and I'm especially happy that all our direct markets, so markets where we have our own field force on the ground, grew quite strongly, and that includes Germany and also the other markets, which is Spain, France, UK, Nordics, and the Benelux countries. If you take those countries in aggregate, they actually had organic growth of more than 50%, so quite healthy growth. Growth is one of three big priorities for this year. So we are on track to bring Sedana back on a growth path. But what's equally important is we have the US opportunity just around the corner. So what we would like to do before we launch in the US is to be able to do that based on a profitable, stable base business in Europe. So I don't want a leaking bucket in Europe and then add another leaking bucket when we launch in the US. So quite important before we make that jump to the US, hopefully 2025, that we show that the ex-US business is actually profitable. So we're not just working on the top line, but also are quite active in getting the OPEX to a reasonable level. So there's been a big shift away from headquarter function, admin, overhead functions towards sales generating functions in the country, and an overall reduction as well. And the third big priority, of course, making progress towards the US approval, which one day will hopefully be our largest market. As I said, clinical trial ongoing, fast track designation in place. And this year, hopefully, we are going to complete the enrollment of that study, which would then allow us to launch in 25. This is what I already mentioned. So a little bit of a roller coaster over the last years. Slow, steady growth before COVID, doubling sales in 2022, further growth in 21, then a setback in 22, but less so than the patients have declined. So the penetration of our therapy has still increased. And now that we are entering 23, we are back to a growth path, which we'll hopefully be able to sustain over the next time as well. A little bit of a market update. There's been quite a few headwinds that have been plaguing us in the last year. So where are we with those right now? Less patients, I've already mentioned. So COVID was over. People were still adhering to hygiene measures, working from home, not moving around as much. So the flu season was quite mild. We still saw in Q1 less patients than a year ago, but the gap, and I will show that in a second, is narrowing quite a bit. So we are very close to a situation where we can compare apples to apples again, which of course for us is a big plus. And despite that continued lower number of patients, we did show growth already in Q1. So we are on a good track here. Staff shortages, there's almost no hospital or intensive care unit that you would talk to these days that would not complain about not having enough people. And that is an issue that will probably be with us for quite a while. What that means for us is we need to invest even more in training because there's so much turnover in the hospital. But frankly, I don't really mind it because there's no better sales call than a training, because you have half an hour or an hour undivided attention of the full team and can make sure that they're ready and equipped to use our therapy. What's a little bit new, at least in UK and France, is strikes in the healthcare sector as well. There's always been strikes, but they tended to be quite regional and not affect the intensive care units. You've probably seen it on TV in UK and France. There's these nationwide strikes now, and doctors and nurses are now also walking out of intensive care units, which is of course quite concerning. And we're hoping that that gets resolved reasonably quickly. Overall, are we back to what the world looked like in 2019 before COVID? No, but I would very much say that we are now in an environment that allows us to operate really successfully. We have access to customers, we can have our trainings, so that's overall a really positive development. This is what I just mentioned. Not going to go into too much detailed data from Germany. You see the number of ICU patients on the left side and the number of ventilated COVID-19 patients on the right side. Last Q1 was still hit by the tail of the last COVID wave that sent a lot of people to the ICU. So we were still up against a tough comparator. But you also see both on the left and the right side that the gap is narrowing. So we're quite close to having comparable year-over-year market data again, which should then also make it easier to calibrate our performance on the sales side. This is also what I mentioned. There's daily statistics in Germany where the intensive care units report whether or not they're operating under normal conditions, constrained conditions, or somewhere in between. And you see that some improvement here. So the red and yellow line coming down a bit, the green line coming up, but still it's 2/3 that say they are not operating under normal conditions. And this, of course, will take some time to resolve. Lots of places to grow, I already said. So we've applied for market authorization in a total of 18 countries. 17 have said yes so far, which is great. We didn't get a single no. The one that stands out here is the UK, where we've been waiting for the approval for more than 2 years now. The reason for the delay is not that something has gone horribly wrong on our side. It's that the UK has decided after Brexit to do their own review, so they don't rely on the European authorities anymore. And with Brexit and with COVID, they're so overworked that these timelines are just completely out of control. So again, we've waited for two years now. We now recently received a few questions, which I take as a good sign, because at least someone is working on the case now. We're not somewhere in the staple anymore, but it's a little difficult to predict an exact timeline because MHRA in the UK can't give us that timeline either. UK will be an important market because remember we have this NICE guidance in place. So once we have the approval, then of course we can capitalize on that much more and really take the benefits from that. As I said, we are working very much towards also making the P&L a bit more pretty. You see that we've made some progress on the gross margin. That's a mix of price increases that we've been able to pull through in products where we don't have as much competition. We've also been able to work on the operating expenses, again, reducing overhead functions, admin functions, and generally get a little more targeted in spending the money where we can grow profitably. And both of these together then result in still an EBITDA loss, but at least it's getting smaller, and we are on track of breaking even, at least outside the United States, in the not too distant future. Speaking of the US, so not a surprise, the US is the largest potential market, 5 times more ICU beds than Germany. That's not surprising, clearly, just because of the population. But the net price of comparable therapy, so in that case, propofol, is quite a bit higher in the US. So propofol, depending on which hospital you speak to, you can easily find hospitals that pay 3 or 4 times more than what a European hospital would pay. Doesn't mean that we can go crazy on the price for our therapy, but it gives kind of a good indication that both from a volume and a pricing perspective, this is clearly our largest potential market. And the beauty of our model is we are only covering intensive care units, right? So we don't have to cover hundreds of thousands of general practitioners in the country. We only go to hospitals that do have intensive care. There's less than 5,000 of those in the US. If you take the slightly larger ones, you can probably take that number down further. And of course, these tend to be a lot of them tend to be in metropolitan areas, so you can cover that the US with a reasonable investment without having to hire hundreds of people in a very targeted approach, which is why we have decided that we will build up our own commercial operations in the United States. Does not mean that we will have to go it all alone. So there could be hybrid models as well, where maybe we complement our own presence with a potential partner that can maybe give us more reach, faster uptake, and that if that creates more value overall, then we would of course consider it. But strategically, I think it's very important that we have our destiny in our own hands, and our plan A here is to build up our own commercial operations. We're running a trial in the US, or 2 trials, technically 2 equivalent trials, 470 patients. There's never a zero-risk clinical trial, of course, but what makes us quite confident here is that these are exactly the same endpoints that we have used for the European trial, where we've already shown very good results. Again, superiority when it comes to wake-up times, opioid use, which in the US is extremely important, spontaneous breathing, and so forth. So medically, there's not really a reason why it wouldn't work in US patients, but only in European patients. So it's slightly de-risked as far as phase 3 trials go. But of course, as I said, there's never zero risk in any trial. And what is very, very positive from our perspective is that we've received the fast track designation from the FDA, which means that A, they agree with us that this is addressing an unmet need, and we could potentially bring real value to patients. So they've granted this fast track designation, which has been put in place, as the name would suggest, to bring important medications to US patients faster. The reason why we are a bit cautious on not guiding on what that actually means for the timelines is that the FDA does not make firm commitments. So there's a number of things we may be entitled to, like faster review times, rolling review, priority review, and so forth, that could help us with the timelines. But since the FDA is not promising anything to us, we cannot promise anything either. But of course, it's an incredibly important milestone in our most important market. From a timeline perspective, these trials have been running for pretty much exactly a year. So we had the first patient in April last year. So far, so good. We're trending towards what we want to see, which is completion of the trials in this year. And if that is possible, and we do that successfully, then we will be able to submit in 2024 and launch in 2025, which sounds very far away, but it's actually very, very close around the corner. And a lot of preparations are, of course, ongoing already. Quick comment on the pediatric trial. You may have seen the press release, which has caused a little bit of a market reaction. The main business for us, of course, is in the adult indication, but the authorities want you to make therapies available for children as well. The problem with that, and that's not a Sedana problem, but a general industry problem, the business case for that almost never works out because the population is too small. So no company would invest in these kind of trials. So what the authorities actually do is they provide an incentive. And that's the main reason for running this trial, is to extend the data exclusivity for 2 more years. So in our case, that means that nobody else can use the data that we have generated in the clinical trial up until 2031. That's the big value of running the trial, and that is unaffected from any results. But of course, now that we have run the trial, we also want the approval for children, because we do get the demand from the market. And here you've seen a press release that we had slightly inconclusive results. It's a tricky press release to put out always. If you only have the top line results, you have to communicate something, but you don't have enough detail yet to really explain and give people comfort that everything is fine. So what we did see is it was a head-to-head trial, isoflurane versus midazolam. If you took all the patients, so the full analysis set in statistical terms, we did show non-inferiority. But when you do a second analysis called the per protocol analysis, we just missed the non-inferiority threshold. So what that means in layman terms basically is what we were measuring is how much of the time physicians were able to keep patients within a certain predefined sedation window. So there was a percentage value for isoflurane, our drug, and a percentage value for isoflurane, for midazolam, the comparator drug. If you just look at the number, isoflurane has come out quite a bit better. So there's a big discrepancy here. But the way the statistics work is you have to show with a 95% likelihood that if you repeated that study, it would again come out non-inferior or not worse. And since you exclude a few patients in the per protocol analysis, statistically, we didn't meet that 95% confidence interval. So what does that mean now? At the end of the day, the authorities will have to decide based on the efficacy and safety data, whether this is worth approving or not. On the safety side, I don't have any concerns because that we know that it's relatively safe, which of course in children is extremely important, that you can be sure about that. And on the efficacy side, now it depends on the statistical method how you look at it. Either it's met or it's just kind of on the decimal rounding missed. But I mean, my personal prediction is I'm very, very confident now, knowing a bit more about the data, is that we will still get that approval. But of course, we have to put forward a very convincing case here. And as I said, the big value is unaffected from the results, which is that the data exclusivity extends into 2031. So last slide, my favorite slide, which some of you may have seen before, just to make sure the ambition level is clear. If we turn things around just for a second and pretended that inhaled sedation with our products was already the standard of care. And then there's a new product coming to the market called propofol, and the sales pitch goes like this. So dear doctor, we have this new sedative. It's not better than what's the standard today. And if you use it, then your patients will either have more pain or they will need more opioids. You will not see them breathe as much. It takes longer for them to wake up and to recover. And by the way, they will hang out in your ICU 4 days longer. Then how concerned would we be that propofol should be the standard of care? And now, of course, I'm not completely unrealistic. It takes time to change behavior, but we have shown in a clinical trial that this is better for most patients. And that, of course, should also be the ambition level. So we're not here to find some comfortable niche somewhere for the last patient population, but this should really become a mainstay therapy in intensive care units. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Johannes, for a great presentation. You touched on it quite a lot on the recent top-line readout that you had. So I don't want to dwell too much on it, but it's quite unusual that you are significant in the whole population and not on the protocol. Usually it tends to be the other way around. So I was just curious to know what you know about the, I guess, 7 patients that were excluded and how that could skew the results. Is there anything you can share?
We don't have perfect data on that yet, but what we know is that 7 patients were excluded. Proportionately more patients were excluded from the comparator arm, and you're right. Typically, the per protocol values are better than the full analysis set because you exclude the problem cases basically. And it seems like more of the comparator arm have been excluded, so statistically that helps the comparator arm more. And again, if you just look at the numbers, isoflurane comes out much better in the point value than the comparator, but just the 95% confidence interval doesn't meet statistical significance anymore. And the reason for excluding these patients are typically that they haven't been ventilated and sedated long enough. So good for the children, but bad for the study. They were extubated after, say, 12 hours instead of 24, and then we had to exclude them, or they had to be excluded from the analysis set. But that's, of course, also part of the work that is ongoing. Every single patient is now being looked at and see, okay, if did we really have to exclude that patient? Does it change the results and so forth? And that's what makes me quite optimistic that the results are so close that I'm struggling to see how you would not give approval for a very vulnerable patient population where there's really not great medications today. So midazolam is the only one that's approved, and that's, if you ask any physician, they've used it 20 years ago and hope to move away from it as quickly as possible.
Okay, I understand. And then I guess what investors tend to worry about after a sort of, I guess, inconclusive result in that part, is there any read across to be made to the US trials and then potential, application approval in the US as well?
Yeah, so the much better predictor of the US trial is, of course, the European adult trial, because it's adult population, it's the same endpoints. So that should, of course, give the comfort that since we've met these endpoints in Europe, we should also be able to do it in the US. The kids study and the US trial are quite different. So the main differences are, it's kids. Kids are not small adults, but they behave very differently. But importantly, there was also a different scale used. So you measure sedation on today. Basically, the standard is the RASS scale. So it goes from -5 to 5. 0 is where all of us are, so reasonably awake and alert. -5 is basically you could undergo surgery and you wouldn't wake up, and then -1 is kind of I could speak to you, you would wake up. -2, if I shake you, you wake up. So it's quite easy to measure. That was not used in the kids study because when the protocol was made, that was not yet established, at least not in kids. So it's a much more complicated way of measuring the sedation, which could have influenced the results. And also importantly, there is a non-inferiority margin that gets defined. So you have to stay above this line with 95% likelihood, and then we say it's non-inferior. That margin is actually much more liberal in the US. So the FDA has given us a broader window that we have to hit. And if that window had been the same for the kids study, we would have easily made the non-inferiority work. So it's a little bit like if the task for you with your car is to stay between 80 and 120. Well, no, in Sweden it needs to be 110. Sorry. You have to stay within that window. Then in the US, it would have been a little easier, and you need to stay between whatever 70 and 120. So. That target window makes it a bit easier to hopefully meet all the endpoints in the US.
Okay, perfect. That sounds promising. And then I guess I have time for one last question. I mean, during COVID, Sedaconda was used a lot to treat COVID patients, perhaps mostly in Germany. But I'm just curious to know has it sort of stuck as a respiratory treatment because it worked for COVID, and then now you use it for other respiratory diseases as well, or has it sort of become more widely used, maybe for also sepsis cases and everything that you potentially could you do in an ICU?
Yeah. So of course it depends a little bit on the hospital. What we've seen is that quite a few hospitals have started during COVID because all of a sudden there were so many patients and sedation of ventilated patients became such a big topic. So a lot of them started, but then and this speaks to the strength of the therapy. Very quickly they realized, okay, if this works in COVID patients, why not try it over here? And I wouldn't limit that at all to respiratory patients, but it's basically used across the board, of course, to different degrees between different hospitals. But a good proof of that is we've made an analysis. We looked at the last COVID year, so 2021, looked at the top 100 customers in Germany and checked how many of these actually did buy again in 2022. So in other words, how many did we lose? So if this had been only a COVID treatment, you would expect that quite a few customers would have jumped off once COVID was over. But out of this 100 customers, we haven't lost a single one. So all of them are still with us, which of course, together with the fact that we're still adding new customers, is a quite good base for, or good indicator that the underlying momentum is quite strong.
Perfect, perfect. Well, thank you very much, Johannes. This was a great presentation. Interesting to hear about Sedana. And we'll now take a pause for lunch and be back with Guard Therapeutics at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. The next presentation today is CAR Therapeutics, a Swedish biotech company focused on the development of novel treatments for kidney injury. And with us, we have here today the CEO of the company, Tobias Agervald. Tobias, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So, my name is Tobias Agervald. I'm the CEO of CAR Therapeutics. And for those of you who haven't seen or heard about us before, this is just a brief summary. So we're a clinical stage biotechnology company located here in Stockholm in Sweden. So as we just heard, we're developing novel therapeutics for kidney diseases, but we also have a specific focus on acute kidney injury in contrast to many other companies that focus on CKD or chronic kidney disease. We think that, or we know that AKI, it's in a very important medical area with a large unmet medical need, with a very high market opportunity as well, similar to chronic kidney disease. Our lead investigational drug that is now currently in clinical development is referred to as RMC-035. So last year we made significant progress in the development of this compound, where the FDA granted us a so-called fast track designation for kidney protection in conjunction with open heart surgery. We are currently executing a global phase 2 study called the AKITA study, which will be the main focus of today's talk. We just recently completed another PK and safety study, phase 1b study in kidney transplantation, which was envisioned or is envisioned as the follow-up indication for the same compound. We also have a preclinical platform that we are targeting not against AKI, but more targeting chronic diseases, including chronic kidney diseases. This is still preclinical stage. We made significant progress, but not something that I will speak about today. So just looking into the actual indication and disease area of AKI. So we selectively decided to go into open heart surgery patients for multiple reasons. So every year there's about 500,000 surgeries being performed each year, open surgeries, which is in principle means bypass surgery with or without valve replacements. What is less known is that AKI is actually the most common severe complication in these patients. So the event rate of an acute kidney injury following the clinical definitions of AKI is about 25% in all these patients, unselected patient populations. We also know that if patients have multiple risk factors to develop AKI, such as heart failure, diabetes, etc., that risk is even further increased. So we see an event rate of about 50% or even higher than that. And the treatment goals in AKI are actually, it's dual. So, and there are two different elements of this. So one is, of course, the acute phase or the acute element. And the objective is to reduce severe AKI, because we know that mild AKI, it's not something that may be clinically relevant. It's something that passes through. All the patients usually have some kind of creatinine fluctuations, a marker of kidney function post-surgery. But it's really to reduce the severity of AKI, including patients going into dialysis and staying longer in the hospital due to AKI. The more important feature long-term is to avoid any chronic disease, which is essentially to prevent permanent loss of kidney function. And also remind you that a lot of these patients are also patients with chronic kidney disease or close to having chronic kidney disease. So losing a lot of kidney function in this setting will have a substantial impact medically in the long term for these patients. And there's no drug approved in this particular space, neither for the prevention of AKI nor any long-term consequences of AKI treatment. Just a few words on the drug. So RMC-035, it's a first-in-class drug based on an endogenous protein called alpha-1 microglobulin. This is a biologic recombinant protein that we deliver by intravenous infusion. In contrast to chronic kidney disease, this is a short-term treatment. So in open chest cardiac surgery, we give about up to 5 doses for up to 48 hours after the surgery. So it's really short and limited treatment period. Obviously, before we went into the clinical studies, we've shown that this compound have shown efficacy in numerous different disease models, and importantly, not only in AKI models, but also in multiple different other types of models. So we do have a lot of translational confidence in the molecule. However, we believe that it's ideal for kidney protection, both based on its mode of action, where it's really aligned with the main disease pathways conceptually attributed to AKI, but also that the drug specifically distributes to the kidney proximal tubular cells, which is the main site of injury in AKIs. In other words, we have a very specific affinity for the cells and the organ that we want to protect. So here's an overview of the clinical studies that we've conducted so far. We have ROS 01 to 04. In brief, these are just phase 1 studies that we conducted in healthy subjects, in patients with renal impairment, and a small pilot study, a phase 1b study in the target patient population of cardiac surgery patients. So all that sort of led up to start of the AKITA study, which is a global phase 2 study that we execute both in North America and in Europe, and entailing nearly 25 different sites globally. So this is a large global study. So going into the studies of that, and this is a key slide for everybody who hasn't reviewed or understand the indication, but just to kind of provide what is the overview of the study and understanding the patient journey through the study. So in the study, we principally allow for a screening period of up to 1 month before surgery, although we typically see that the actual screening takes place much closer to surgery, and the actual randomization into the study and to treatment allocation occurs in the morning, the same morning as the surgical procedure. Then you can see that there's a very intense short-term treatment phase, as indicated by these yellow bars. So this is where we administer the study drug, so up to 5 dose administrations for 48 hours. So the surgery time is 4 to 6 hours, typically for these patients, and this is also where we give the first dose of the compound. Patients usually stay about a week in the hospital once they are discharged, and then per protocol we do have 2 follow-up visits, one at 30 days and one at 90 days after the surgery. And these are really the key time points if you want to define any kidney protective effect long term. So that's the reason why we have the follow-ups. So the current status, about this time of the last year, we had the first patient enrolled. That happened in Germany. That was in April 2022. We rapidly progressed and opened up new sites and also in other European countries and Canada. Whereas last autumn we had an IND open in the US, which brought us to a pre-planned interim analysis of 134 patients. That equates to 50% of the planned total sample size of 268 patients. Subsequently, without stopping the recruitment, there was a sponsor-blinded interim analysis performed by an independent data monitoring committee, who in April 2023 recommended to discontinue recruitment of the study for futility reasons. And this is key, of course, and we're going to talk a little bit about what that means and what we know and what we do know about that. Subsequently, as a company, we made the decision to follow the DMC recommendation to stop the recruitment, but importantly, we do continue with a follow-up that continues according to protocol up to day 90 after the surgery. So going back to the original study objectives of the AKITA study, so it's to evaluate, of course, the efficacy as well as safety of RMC-035. This is the first time with a first-in-class mechanism. So even the 177 patients at the large-sized phase 2 study that will give us a very rich data set to actually analyze and understand what the compound actually does clinically. So the second objective is to guide the further development of RMC-035. And again, to remind you, this was never intended to be a pivotal study. So it's what we call an exploratory phase 2 study to characterize the efficacy and the safety. And internally, we continuously also, and also externally, we communicated that multiple endpoints will be critical for decision making, because that's very indication dependent. In some indications, you can rely completely on one single endpoint, whether you want to progress that compound through development. In the AKI space, we are really looking at multiple different aspects in terms of the treatment or potential treatment benefits. So no single endpoint will capture all relevant treatment effects. So understanding a little bit about the primary endpoint, because this was the reason that the study was terminated for futility, because it was unlikely that the primary endpoint would be met. And the primary endpoint in this study was AKI as a categorical endpoint, either yes or no, within 72 hours after surgery. And we will discuss the AKI endpoint a little bit, but the overarching goal for us to move forward in the program is really to have a prediction on what's going to happen on the clinically relevant endpoint and the regulatory endpoint called MAKE, or major adverse kidney events, at 90 days after surgery. So MAKE is defined as a composite of either death, any dialysis treatment, or at least 25% sustained decline of estimated GFR, which is the same as kidney function, from the preoperative state, from baseline. So, and I will speak why didn't we choose MAKE as the primary endpoint in the study. And the short answer is the study would have become too large. So we need to find a surrogate endpoint. And that's exactly what AKI actually is. It's a surrogate endpoint for MAKE. And that's what we at the time of the design stage figured was actually the best and most validated surrogate endpoint. And as I said, there's multiple limitations of this, although we chose it as the primary endpoint, and I've listed here. So first of all, we know that AKI, it's a moderate predictor of MAKE, we should say, with a quite limited sensitivity and specificity. This mostly relates to AKI stage 1, which earlier I mentioned. It's a mild sort of change in serum creatinine that may or may not actually visualize a true sort of kidney injury. We also know that there are operational challenges when we want to collect urine measurements in a multi-center setting. We also know that from the CKD setting. Also, more importantly, there's a large degree of variability in the post-operative setting in terms of how clinicians manage fluid management, etc., which could also impact the renal filtration markers. So despite these limitations, we chose AKI as the primary endpoint, but we also need to demonstrate if there is a treatment effect in the chronic phase. So we need to have multiple endpoints to guide us. These are really the key secondary and also some exploratory endpoints that we use in the study that we also considered. So the first one is really MAKE at 30 days and at 90 days after surgery. So the only reason we didn't include it as the primary endpoint is that the expected event rate is less than 20%, or about 20%. So in essence, the sample size becomes massive. It becomes a phase 3 study immediately, and that's not a step that we would like to take in the development. Instead of looking at AKI in the acute phase as a categorical endpoint, we could also look at these renal filtration markers like creatinine, cystatin C, more on a continuous scale, and look at the integrated values. But there's a lot of uncertainties around the assumptions and the effect size that one would actually have to show to demonstrate the clinically relevant benefit. So that was also rejected. We looked at the option of having AKI severity and pooled stage AKI 2 and 3, which is much stronger predictors of MAKE, because the sicker the patient gets acute, the higher likelihood is that they will actually meet the MAKE endpoint. But we have the same problem as for MAKE. We have an event rate of less than 20%, so again, the study would become too large. The next one is looking at the actual kidney function on the continuous scale, which is a key secondary endpoint in the trial. And as I will come to, this is really what we focus on now during the follow-up period, and also the reason why we extend and make sure we follow up the patients per protocol. But there were some uncertainties about the assumed effect size and how that can be modeled towards MAKE, so we chose it to have as a key secondary endpoint instead of as a primary endpoint. We also, in the phase 1b study, in the pilot study, we demonstrated that the drug did what it's supposed to do. It protected the kidney tubular cells acutely following the surgery. So we also used these biomarkers as an exploratory endpoint, but there's a limited data in the predictive value for MAKE, so that's why we didn't assign them as the primary endpoint. So I just want, again, this is a little bit of a technical slide, but just looking at the time scale again, visualizing what's, again, going through the patient journey and what kind of endpoint modalities we have to visualize a treatment effect. So as you can see here, we have before surgery, we do measure estimated GFR, which is essentially, this is the kidney function the patient goes into the study before they actually have an injury on the kidney. And that's measured by estimated GFR. Then we have an acute phase, less than 6 hours, typically of the surgery, where we have a response in these acute biomarkers, which are much more sensitive and specific for a tubular cell injury, which then obviously leads to an AKI or a full-blown AKI. The only modality we have to demonstrate that early sort of protective effect is by measuring the urinary biomarkers, and that's what we do as an exploratory endpoint, and that's something we measure right now. During this acute phase, and that's where we define the primary endpoint of AKI, we can measure the filtration markers, including creatinine, cystatin C, and also the urine outputs, with all the caveats and limitations, but that's what we have. And it was on the premise of this acute response of the drug that the DMC also informed that there's a low likelihood that you will have a significant impact on these acute biomarkers with your drug treatment. So there's no reason to continue. And again, to remind you, the study is always powered according to the primary endpoint. So in other words, 177 patients that we do have, that's a very good data set to analyze all these other continuous endpoints. But there's no need to continue to recruit to 268 patients if ultimately we won't be able to change the categorical endpoint. So it doesn't mean the trial will fail. We will know that for sure in a few months. But the only thing we know right now is that we're probably not reaching the primary endpoint in this acute setting. That said, as I already explained, what the FDA has explicitly stated is that we don't really care what's happened in the acute phase. We care about what happened chronically when the patient is stable post-surgery. And this is where the MAKE endpoint comes in, and also where we have the key secondary endpoints, where again, in a stable phase, we can measure estimated GFR and obviously look at the difference from baseline up to day 30 and to day 90 in the estimated GFR. This is really the endpoint that is critical for us, and this will drive decision-making of the program. And there's nobody who has looked at that particular endpoint as of yet. We're still collecting data, and this is something obviously the company will carefully look at when making a decision for the compound. So going into the next steps and the timelines for that. So based on the fact that we do have a 3-month follow-up period, we know that the last patient, last visit in the trial will be about mid-July. Prior to that, of course, we now accelerate and trigger a lot of sort of towards the end of study activities, including data collection, cleanings. We have accelerated measurement of PK samples, biomarkers, to be able to make an informed decision and actually analyze the data in a robust way as soon as we can following database lock. And the database lock is currently projected to September. This is also where we expect to actually being able to communicate both the key results of the study, but ultimately the decisions about the further clinical development of RMC-035. So in summary, the efficacy of RMC-035, it still remains to be evaluated for the first time in humans in the phase 2 AKITA study. We designed this in a robust way, so that meant even if we would discontinue at the interim, we have good power to look at changes in kidney function, which is the key regulatory endpoint and one of the key decision points we have to have for the program. In terms of timelines, as I said, September is really when we will be able to communicate the results and the key development decisions. And obviously, based on those results, that will also provide a very good information for us in terms of the safety as well as the efficacy of the compound, and also on the further development, obviously in open chest cardiac surgery, but also what are the ramifications and the learnings for programs, for example, in kidney transplantation, where we already had the first PK safety study done. And finally, the preclinical development work, which we're not discussing today, that continues according to plan. We're pretty close to actually nominate the final candidate to go into formal preclinical development. This will not go for AKI indications, but it will go for chronic indications. That's something also I will present separately in more detail when we go forward. So with that, I will close and open up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tobias, very much for your presentation. And we have a few minutes for questions now. I would like to start asking you about in the AKITA trial, your 72 hours time point, primary endpoint. Could it be that the 72 hours was not the right decision? Or would you expect, how many of these acute kidney injuries happen within the window of 72 hours? Could it be that it happens after 72 hours and you're missing some there?
Yep. No, so I think the time point, if you want to assess AKI as an endpoint, the time point is not inappropriate. We think the time point is okay. We know that in principle, 90% of patients who develop AKI, they do that within 24 hours or even 48 hours. So So we think it's the right balance. You're definitely not missing anything. If you want to extend that time period, for example, up to a week, then it becomes less specific for the surgical injury, and then you introduce background noise, because obviously patients who stays in the hospital, they might develop infections, they might develop other sort of post-operative complications that could also drive the endpoint. So we did consider to have an earlier assessment within 48 hours, but we felt that 72 hours would be the appropriate time point. So we don't think the timing is incorrect. But when we open the books and look at the data, obviously, since we expect not to hit the primary endpoint, it's going to be extremely interesting to see what we find there. And it might be that AKI, especially for this particular compound, wouldn't be an appropriate endpoint.
No, I understand. And another question is on the secondary endpoints, or more like the exploratory endpoints that you also have in your trial. For example, GFR, like severity, let's say, of kidney injury. With the amount of patients you have now, what is the likelihood in these secondary endpoints that you hit some kind of statistical significance there? And actually, do you need statistical significance to be able to move the program forward if you have a change, let's say, or a trend in eGFR?
Yeah. No, I think it's all good questions. So first of all, I think categorical endpoints like severity of AKI or stage of AKI, it's a secondary endpoint. That also entails more power. Statistically, you lose power if you look at categorical endpoint versus continuous endpoints. So it will be good flavor, but the study is not powered for categorical endpoint now with 177 patients. In terms of continuous endpoints, I should say we have very good power and an excellent opportunity to actually make a decision for the compound whether there's a clinically relevant effect on GFR. And obviously, if there would be a GFR effect, that's also something we can model, and we can also make prediction what that means for the phase 3 MAKE endpoint. So that's going to be a very important exercise. So again, the interim where we stopped at futility, that mechanism kicked in for the right reason, because we shouldn't, continue recruiting if we're not hitting the primary. But we already knew that we're going to be well powered for the continuous endpoints, and that's the situation we are in right now.
That's very interesting. And I guess that now it's too early, of course, to take any final conclusion. But assuming that the drug works the way it does, what are the points that could have led the outcome that you have experienced now? Is it something like in terms of patient recruitment, probably the wrong type of patient? Or, I mean, what kind of hypothesis do you have, or can you speculate to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely difficult at this point without having seen any data to speculate about hypothesis, because first of all, we need to see the results. So I don't even dare to speculate anything. I think if there wouldn't be any effect, let's say we would terminate the development, then we would severely, of course, try to answer why that would happen. Again, based on the translational confidence we have, it's a human protein. We know it's been shown efficacy in so many different types and types of disease models, not only number of models, but also types of disease models. So that would be a key question. But in terms of speculating, patient populations, etc., that's going to be difficult. The only thing I would comment on patient population is that, and we also spoke about that, we even done pricing exercises for the compound. So something we know is that CKD patients, that is patients that goes into the surgery with a GFR less than 60, we already considered that as a critical patient population. First of all, because the medical need is deemed to be highest, the price is deemed to be higher. We also that these patients are also most likely to develop events, so phase 3 trial would become smaller. And obviously that's a predefined analysis, that subgroup analysis we have in patients with GFR above 60 and less than 60. So I think this will also be very important to look at.
That will be very interesting to see once the data comes.
And maybe I should comment, and this is also a little bit like regulators see this. Because even if we speak about AKI, of course it's an acute injury, but of course in CKD patients and many elderly patients, even if it's an acute injury, it's really the chronic consequence that really matters. So in some way you can conceptually say it's an AKI treatment, but it's really a short-term CKD treatment if that's the segment patient group you will focus on. We also see AstraZeneca has now started a phase 3 trial recently in the same indication. I noticed they specifically target CKD patients with eGFR less than 60.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. And one last question, it's on your capital spending and the development of other programs. Now that Akita has been stopped, I guess that your capital expenses, let's say, on this study will decrease. Are you planning to speed up for example, your transplantation trial or other programs that you have in development?
No, so what we said is that all major development decisions will be taken once we've seen the results of the Akita. So, I mean, now we should really leverage that we are in a position to, within a few months, we will actually be able to see efficacy and safety data. And I think that would be critical for any kind of development paths for the compound. So I think that's where we are. As you say, we're in a relatively good position from a capital standpoint. So that means we can now actually perform the analysis, execute the analysis, and make the right decisions for the compound also moving forward. And I think the first key decision, we always said that open heart surgery, that's the lead indication we're still going for. So if there's a continuation, that would be the prime focus, not to accelerate any transplant studies at this point.
All right, very
but first
clear.
we need to see the data.
Thank you very much, Tobias, for your nice presentation and for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Next company presenting is Medivir, a Swedish biotech company focused on the development of novel treatments for cancer with a focus on liver cancer. And with us, we have here today Jens Lindberg, the CEO of the company. Jens, stage is yours.
Thank you, Gonzalo. So let's get into this without further ado. Important information. I'm not going to go through it in detail. You find it on our presentation on the website. So as Gonzalo introduced, so that we are a Swedish biotech, and today we're focused on innovative treatments for cancer. As you see on this slide, there are two sort of images or icons, and they represent on the left-hand side our primary asset or our lead asset, which we are developing for primary liver cancer or HCC. It's our own in-house developed compound. On the right-hand side, that represents a number of assets in the remainder of the portfolio, assets that we are either have already out-licensed and found partners for, or other assets that we are trying to find partners for. So I will touch a little bit on the right-hand side, but I will sort of spend most of my time on the left here with regards to where are we with our liver compound, partially driven by the fact that we're in a very sort of exciting phase now. There's a lot of things happening now and a news flow coming up in the next 6 to 12 months. So with that, this is a pipeline overview. At the top is our in-house program, which the name is fostroxacitabine bralpamide. It's a difficult name to say, so we try to sort of condense it or abbreviate it, and we reference it as Fostrox, and that's how I will speak about it going forward. And I'll come back to that in just a little bit. Sort of on the bottom, you see a number of assets that are highlighted with green, and that's because they have already been out-licensed. And then you have a couple of assets which are in white background, and they are assets we are looking for partners. And the only thing I'll say on this, and sort of touch on the other assets, is that on the bottom, on a few of the out-licensed assets, two of them are moving from preclinic to clinic this year. So two sort of preclinically sort of researched or developed assets from the Medivir research program that we out-licensed are moving into phase 1 in 2023. And it's the METEX program in the infectious disease area and the USP1 program with Tango Therapeutics. And then thirdly, the birinapant asset, which is now run by IGM Biosciences. They are developing that in combination with their own IGM 8444, and they are running sort of dose escalation cohorts, and they are about to select a dose in 2023 to decide on how they move forward with that. So we are anticipating some nice progress and movement on these assets as well. But I'll sort of focus from a highlights perspective and also what's happening now and going forward on our main program, which you see at the top. So the development for Fostrox in liver cancer is now moving with sort of high speed. We concluded the dose escalation phase for one of the combination arms, the Fostrox plus Lenvima arm, in February, and we started dosing the expansion phase in March, and we're now recruiting patients with quite high speed, so we're actually looking to close that cohort relatively soon. We can also see patients, as it's a one-arm or an open-label study, we can see the patients and we see how they are doing. And the longest-running patient now, started on the 20 milligram cohort, has now been treated for 9 months and are still benefiting from treatment. And we've also sort of shown some new data recently, looking at not just sort of a two-drug combination, but also triple combination, which we believe is quite an exciting opportunity moving forward. So I'll touch a little bit on that as well. But very nice progress in the last 6 months, and we're looking for that to pick up speed even more in the next 6 months. So, to just take a little bit of a step back in terms of what is Fostrox. And I'll start by looking at this algorithm. This portrays liver cancer treatment algorithm today. And as you can see on the left-hand side, it's grayed out, is the early stages. So when patients are diagnosed early in their liver cancer, then you still have the opportunity to cure the patient by removing the tumor through surgery. But many patients, or a majority of patients, will be diagnosed in the more advanced stage, and at that stage, surgery is no longer an option, and you need to do sort of take systemic therapies. And what's happened in the last, I would say, year and a half, 2 years, is that there is a new standard of care that has been established. So in that first line space, I'm not sure if I probably can't point on this one, but in that first line space, pretty much every patient gets a combination today of Tecentriq plus Avastin. So that's an immune therapy and a kinase inhibitor. And that means that as a second step in that second line space, most of the patients, or the preferred option today, is a kinase inhibitor called Lenvima. And then in third line, there is quite a range of therapies being used. And the one thing to note here, and that's an important as we move forward, is that pretty much no patients in liver cancer, as sort of, which is a contrast to many other tumor types, no patients get chemotherapy. And that's because it's very difficult, and it has been very difficult to find a balance between sort of efficacy and side effects. So in order to get enough efficacy, sort of with regards to sort of killing tumor cells in the liver, you need to increase the dose so much that the systemic side effects are difficult to handle. So basically today, no patients are able to benefit from chemotherapy. And that's a shame, because we know chemotherapy does good for patients, does have quite a good anti-tumor efficacy. So that is something that we've tried to tackle at Medivir, and partially driven by our history in developing drugs for hepatitis C. So that we know from previous experience what is needed to get the drug to the liver locally. So what you see on the right-hand side is, or on the slide here, on the right-hand side, is one part of the Fostrox sort of drug, because it's made up of two parts. The right-hand side is the active substance, which is called troxacitabine, and that's a chemotherapy. Induces selective DNA damage and cell death. We know that has anti-tumor efficacy. But we also know that if we give it intravenously, it will not be tolerated by patients. So what we've done is we've taken the learnings from hepatitis C, where you attach a so-called prodrug tail to the active substance. And that does a couple of different things. And that's the key here. It enables oral administration, i.e. don't need to give it intravenously. So that's a benefit in and of itself. But most importantly, it goes through the gastrointestinal tract without being taken up, and then it's absorbed in the liver. And when we do it that way, then we can see that we get 100 times higher concentration locally in the liver. So we truly believe we found a way for liver cancer patients as well to benefit from chemotherapy. And that's extra important for liver cancer patients, because liver cancer is very poor prognosis for these patients. So the more options we can provide, the better. And the three elements that we believe are key then to sort of overcoming the shortcomings of traditional chemo. I mentioned the first one here, number one, which is the prodrug approach. So again, the same as used in hepatitis C to get liver-targeted exposure. The second part is that there are many different types of chemotherapy. So what we've done is we have carefully selected a chemotherapy which has a high sort of cell-killing selectivity, i.e. it only kills cells that proliferate, and that's what tumor cells do. So we can see that when we get the active compound or the active metabolite to the liver, it kills tumor cells, but it spares normal liver cells. And that's extra important in liver cancer because liver cancer patients are extra sensitive with regards to this aspect. And then thirdly, a learning from the virology world is that we've chosen an unnatural L-nucleoside approach. And what that does is that it sort of circumvents some of the common resistance mechanisms. So three-step approach that we then, as I mentioned previously, we truly believe that we found a way for liver cancer patients to benefit from chemotherapy as well. But we also don't think it should be used alone. We do believe that it should be used in combination with other compounds. So on this slide here, you can see the program, and the left is where we started. So we have shown that sort of fostroxacitabine or fostrox works as monotherapy. But where we are now are in the middle, where we are exploring or evaluating two different combinations. Both combinations make a lot of scientific sort of sense, but we want to see which one is the best. Fostrox plus Lenvima has recruited faster, so that's moved from dose escalation into dose expansion. Whereas Fostrox plus Keytruda has recruited somewhat slower, and there's a reason for that, which I'll come back to. But sort of it's still ongoing, and we are aiming to sort of set that dose reasonably soon. Then the decision where we need to come to is where do we need to pick one arm as we move into 2B. So that will be one important element as well. But just to sort of give a flavor of what's happening at the moment, because it's quite an exciting time in terms of how we're moving with the program. On the left-hand side, and now we focus on the Fostrox plus Lenvima arm, because that's the arm in the expansion phase. We opened the expansion in March, end of March, and we know from many other areas that recruiting patients to clinical studies is quite a challenge. We're sort of a bit lucky in the sense that we're actually seeing very high recruitment speed, which we do understand, and the feedback we get is that comes from this combination making a lot of sense. So we're seeing a lot of interest from investigators. They truly believe that adding Fostrox on top of Lenvima, which is today's standard of care, makes a lot of sense. So there's a high interest from investigators and patients to take part in the study. So at times we've actually had waiting lists in terms of sort of adding patients onto the study, and we do believe that we can close this arm relatively soon. Right-hand side here is just to give a bit of a flavor of what we're seeing. Two sample patients. Different, and I'm showing them for different reasons. The top one, that's the patient that has benefited the longest. So it's a female Caucasian patient with a virally driven liver cancer who, like everybody else, has gotten Tecentriq plus Avastin in that first-line treatment. And when she progressed, she was put on Fostrox plus Lenvima, actually in the lower dose cohort, 20 milligram. And she has now been on treatment for 9 months, and she is still been benefiting from treatment. And 9 months in this setting is quite a long time. But another question that's important is to understand what's Fostrox doing in a combination, because there's Lenvima. We know Lenvima has benefits for patients as well. So patient 2 here is a patient that shouldn't actually be in the study, because it's a patient that started on Lenvima for 5 days, but got side effects that he couldn't tolerate. So they took him off Lenvima, and then he shouldn't be part of the study, but they decided to put him on Fostrox anyway. So he's now been on Fostrox monotherapy for 6 months, and again got Tecentriq Avastin, progressed early after a month and a half, but has now been on Fostrox for 6 months and are still benefiting from treatment. So sort of encouraging signs, and the numbers here are important, because when we look at how are these patients doing, I think I mentioned in the beginning that it's important to find new treatment options for patients, hence the urgency of finding a way for chemotherapy to benefit these patients as well. And that's because the prognosis is so poor. This slide tries to sort of outline that. This is, we're showing now here on the slide 4 different studies in the second-line space where they have evaluated drugs in this patient population before. And I'll direct your attention to the sort of circles in the middle, and that is especially the red circles, because that shows how long the patients in each of those studies were able to stay on treatment before the tumor started growing. And we can basically see in this setting somewhere around 3.5 plus months is the average time that they stay on treatment before it starts to progress. So if that's the average, then if a patient is able to stay 6 months and even 9 months on treatment and still benefiting from the treatment, then clearly that's very encouraging. That doesn't mean that all Fostrox patients will do that good. We will have Fostrox patients progressing early as well, but it clearly shows that the drug is providing benefit for patients, which is encouraging as we sort of start to move forward. So I did talk about before that we need to pick one arm for second line as we move into 2B. The Fostrox Lenvima arm recruiting with speed, that's encouraging for a number of different reasons. And the key reason is actually the point on the bottom here. And that is when we look at the treatment algorithm today, in that second line space, Lenvima is becoming the standard of care. So adding something on top of Lenvima makes a lot of sense and will sort of be welcomed by the community of treating physicians in a bigger way than if we would try to sort of implement Fostrox plus Keytruda in that second line setting. Because Keytruda is an immune therapy, they received Tecentriq as an immune therapy in first line, and that's sort of an immune therapy after an immune therapy isn't sort of the standard way of treating patients. So it does make a bit more sense. We haven't officially sort of communicated and said that we are selecting the Fostrox Lenvima arm as the second line arm moving forward, but it does point in that direction. But the Keytruda arm is still important. So if I go back to this treatment algorithm as before, I did mention that sort of most of the patients received Tecentriq Avastin in first line. Other combinations have tried to improve on their efficacy and have failed. So a way of getting improved efficacy, we believe, is by adding another drug and a different mechanism of action on top of that. So we do believe that sort of the information we get from Fostrox plus Keytruda, that can inform a potential sort of triple combination, but in an earlier line. And we've shared a bit of data on this. We started to look at this in animal models. And I'll point your attention to the right-hand side here, because when we add Fostrox in an animal model on top of a combination of immune therapy plus Lenvima, we do see quite significant synergistic efficacy. So encouraging signs that a triple combination can add value on top of a sort of normal combination. So, as we explore options, as I mentioned, for the Fostrox Lenvima seems to be the logical combination for second line, whereas we would look to explore opportunities for the kind of immune therapy combination of Fostrox plus immune therapy in a first line space. So that's something that we are working through. We have just sort of, how should I put this? So we've formed a scientific council that we're kicking off at the end of June with the aim of designing sort of these programs and making the decisions what the study should look like, where we should run them, etc. What makes the most sense. And 3 of these are investigators in our current study and 2 are key opinion leaders that are involved in the other sort of big liver cancer programs. So just to sort of sum things up, we know it's a significant unmet need, and with that comes a sort of commercial potential, clearly, in the liver cancer space. We have a unique MOA, or mechanism. We're the only liver-targeted drug. We believe we can sort of circumvent resistance mechanism and being focused on the liver, we can minimize side effects. But perhaps most importantly, on the right-hand side, sort of since we are different than the other treatments that are on the market, we believe we have a strong potential for attractive combinations across different lines and across different sort of treatment or other treatments, to put it that way. So with that, I will stop.
Thank you, Jens, very much for your nice presentation. We have a few minutes for questions now. And I will start asking you about the fact that in your phase 2A, the first part, it's faster on the Lenvima arm rather than in the pembrolizumab arm. I guess that this is because one of the reasons that could be it's because also, like as you say, like first line, atezobev is taking over.
Yeah.
Now second line, it's better if you can avoid the checkpoint inhibitor re-challenge.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to assume that if we compare the Lenvima with the Pembro separated, that the Pembro shows less efficacy given the fact that you are doing this re-challenge of checkpoint inhibitors?
I mean, that would be a logical conclusion. Sort of the jury is out on IO after IO, but it doesn't seem to be a lot of strong support for it. So with that in mind, that would speak to Lenvima being a better option and providing more efficacy in that second line space. That I would say.
Okay.
It could perhaps, on the other hand, it could be slightly more challenging to combine with Lenvima because Lenvima has a bit of a troubled side effect profile on its own. But that's where we've been encouraged by what we've seen in the combination, sort of in that cohort to begin with, because we started with 20 milligram and we were wondering whether we would be able to dose up, and we were able to go to 30, and we still didn't have dose limiting toxicities, so we could actually have gone further, but sort of looking at the profile, wanted to keep the dose down, we stayed at 30.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. And the second question, what type of data in terms of efficacy are you planning to report from your expansion part? I'm asking because I saw the slide that you presented with different trials, and I see that there is not that much correlation between ORR, objective response rates, and actual PFS, survival. For example, the Keynote 240, I think that it's like ORR 18%, but PFS of 3 months. But the Celestial, it's ORR, very low of 4% PFS, around 5 months. How much can you trust that if you show, let's say, ORR, that will be translated into PFS? Or what are you going to show, actually?
We do have ORR as a primary endpoint, but we will be sort of exploring or sort of reporting showing PFS as well. And I think it's difficult to make a judgment based on only ORR in liver cancer is challenging. For the reason that you mentioned. The other reason that we picked up from key opinion leaders who are privy to sort of data from the bigger phase 3 programs, they recommended that you need to look at both because the variability in ORR is apparently quite big within the study. So when you look at sort of Embrace 150 or something else, there's a fairly large variability in ORR. So I think that both endpoints will be important to assess which one is best, where do we go.
And this big variability is something specific in liver cancer?
There seems to be. I mean, that's the sort of, it's difficult to say whether it's how much bigger it might be than others, but sort of there's been a specific mention of that sort of because as I mentioned, the scientific council, we started speaking to them, we started looking at options for 2B and potentially first line, and that comment has been made a couple of times that be cautious of ORR as your only endpoint.
No, that makes sense. Thank you. And one last question is your opportunity or what you will explore potentially in the future, moving to first line in the triple combination. I was wondering the safety profile, because atezobev, I mean, it comes together with, and it's not like a perfect safety combo. Do you think that adding on top of Fostrox would be also a safety, will have like a potential safety?
We don't believe there will be a safety challenge partially for the reason I mentioned that we've been able to combine with Lenvima, which sort of is maybe a more difficult combination partner in a very nice way. But it's also fair to say that sort of if we would go down this path, then we would do a dose escalation again. So sort of even though we find a safe dose with Keytruda, we're not going to use that one as sort of the only dose. We would sort of do a dose escalation. But the feedback is, I mean, the overwhelming feedback from Tecentriq Avastin is actually that it's seen as a very benign combination. So it's seen as a very combinable sort of option to do a third on top of that, as long as we can keep our dose down appropriately and minimize the side effects.
So you could run again a dose escalation?
Yeah, I mean, that would be, if you do a triple, then you do it that way. So it's important to see that it flies or it works with Keytruda, but then we'll put that aside and we'll do another dose escalation. That would be the way to go.
Yeah. No, very interesting. James, thank you very much for being here with us today and for your nice presentation.
Thank you, Gonzalo.
The next company presenting today is ABGSC. And with us we have here today the CEO, Niklas Westerholm. And we have, the company basically is developing new therapies within the rare disease segment with a focus in a rare disease called MCT8 deficiency. Now I'll give you the word to you, Niklas.
Thank you very much, Gonzalo, and pleasure being there. For those I haven't had the privilege to meet before, my name is Niklas Westerholm, and I'm the CEO of ABGSC Therapeutics. What I'll cover today is a quick and brief update around the company strategy, where nothing has changed, where we focus on late-stage development for commercialization and also provide a pipeline overview. Having said that, though, I'll also, of course, touch upon the recent developments, where we heard that we have terminated discussions that was issued on the press release on the 23rd of May regarding the potential acquisition of the company. I will then focus on our lead asset in the pipeline, Emcitate, for the treatment of MCT8 deficiency, an overview of disease, the clinical data we generated so far, the regulatory pathway to approval in Europe and US, as well as the commercial opportunity, which I will elaborate further on. So starting off with the company, a quick reminder, again, where nothing has changed compared to what we have communicated over the last 2 years. We are an integrated orphan drug company focusing on late-stage development for commercialization. Currently today, we have 2 assets in late-stage development, Emcitate for the treatment of MCT8 deficiency and Aladote for the prevention of acute liver injury caused by paracetamol poisoning. For Emcitate, the most advanced asset, we're targeting submissions in Europe and US already this year. That to aside, we are planning to launch our products in the future through an in-house commercial organization, very focused, covering up to 50 employees, covering Europe and US, and will partnership in the rest of the world. The reason for doing so is fairly simple. It's about maximizing the value to our shareholders, but also other stakeholders in this orphan drug segment. Over the last couple of years, we have really built a strong team with focus on late-stage development in the orphan drug space, as well as experience from registration, but also most lately built start to build stepwise some further commercial and medical affairs experience ahead of launches in 2024. And in total today, we're around 25 to 30 full-time employees within the company. So starting off with, I guess, which is the key topic around the termination of discussions regarding a potential acquisition of the company, where we issued a press release last week on the 23rd of May. A quick recap is that these discussions we have had was triggered by an unsolicited approach by an external party. And subsequently, we have had, during the spring, discussions with several parties regarding an acquisition of the company. As mentioned in the press release from the board last week, the discussions has now been terminated since the board believes that the contemplated offer and terms, whilst providing a premium to the share price, considerably undervalued the long-term prospects of the company. And what we mean by that is, if we look at the coming 12 months, we really see a transformative period for the company with several near-term value-creating milestones, such as the submission to the EMA, the start of the pivotal study in the US, the ReTriact study, the readout of the same, and a submission in the US as well. So really, the board believes that create best long-term value for our shareholders is to retain the asset within the company. As a consequence of this intense process of discussions, we also announced that the timelines for the EMA submission has been moved from Q2, as originally planned, to early autumn this year. And one could of course ask the question, so what does these two aspects have in relationship to each other? It's fair to say there that it's two aspects that have a really close link to the submission. One is resources, and I need to be utterly clear there that when you are in a process regarding a potential acquisition with several parties, there are hundreds and hundreds of questions that needs to be answered. We have a small focused organization, so we needed to spend time on that. So the time for pulling together the EMA dossier wasn't there up until the decision we made. That in parallel with, of course, strategic considerations being discussed with potential external parties regarding the acquisitions, led us to postpone the EMA submission until early autumn this year. And there is very important when we say early autumn, as we all know, in contrast to the FDA, EMA has specific timelines when submission can be executed on per month, with exception of August, and we're verifying the timelines with the EMA now, in contrast to the FDA when you can submit at any point in time. We still remain confident that Emcitate is on track for the expected regulatory approvals and launches in both Europe and US next year. And from my personal perspective, I think it's very pleased to see that we have had several external parties interested in Emcitate and the company as an asset. That verifies the strong proposition Emcitate carries, but also the good job the organization have been doing over the last couple of years, despite it didn't lead to anything at this point in time. So a quick overview of the pipeline. So the lead candidate, Emcitate, for the treatment of MCT8 deficiency. Early autumn is the submission timelines for the European market. When it comes to the US market, they were looking to execute on a small randomized placebo control study to verify results we've seen in previous studies. And I'll come back to that and the status and timelines. Also, we see another additional opportunity with Emcitate in a totally different patient population that is called a resistance to thyroid hormone beta. And that's something in that indication, something we received also orphan drug designation from both EMA and the FDA last year, and they were considering a development pathway for approval to be as optimized as possible, and something we'll communicate at a later point in time. We also have Aladot for the prevention of acute liver injury caused by paracetamol poisoning. There, we're planning to start the pivotal study later this year. Obviously, as mentioned before, with the caveat of ensuring that we have enough bandwidth to do so, because as one can imagine, the priority is now, of course, the submissions in Europe and US for Emcitate. A quick overview of Emcitate then, and the disease, which is a devastating condition. So MCT8 deficiency is a mutation on the gene for transport of thyroid hormone. The transport is actually called MCT8. It's an X-linked disorder, which means that it affects mainly men, and it affects roughly 1 to 70,000 boys. So the body has different transporters of thyroid hormone, or the active thyroid hormone T3, as you can see here on the slide. Some tissues are dependent on MCT8 as a transporter. An example of that is the brain, the blood-brain barrier, etc. And some tissues are not dependent, like the cardiovascular system, the muscles, the skeleton, liver, kidney, etc. And also worthwhile recognizing is that the body's hormostat, so to say, thermostat, that regulates the production and sends signals to the thyroid gland is also MCT8 dependent, which means that in this disease you have two clinical phenotypes. You have a part or parts of the body that have overexposure of thyroid hormone, since you have excess of thyroid hormone there, like the muscles, the cardiovascular system, etc. And then you have parts of the body, like the brain and the central nervous system, that have an abundance of thyroid hormone, or no thyroid hormone as well. And these two conditions, as you can see here on the slide, is called peripheral thyrotoxicosis, too much thyroid hormone in some tissues, and cerebral hypothyrotoxicosis in other parts of the body. The median life expectancy of these children with two different clinical phenotypes is 35 years old, and there's no available therapy today on the market. And just a quick elaboration on these two clinical phenotypes that exist within one person or one patient. So peripheral thyrotoxicosis, too much thyroid hormone in different tissues, leads to severely low body weight, long-term cardiovascular issues, hypertension, blood pressure, etc., pulse. And that also then translates into that most of these patients die at a very early age due to the cardiovascular issues, median life expectancy of 35 years. The other part, cerebral hypothyroidism, too low exposure or no exposure of thyroid hormone in the, for example, brain. leads to severe intellectual motor disability, very limited ability to stand and walk, ability to communicate, and requires 24/7 supportive care. So to calibrate this, only 8% of the patient population that carries this disease have an ability to sit up independently. So you can imagine that these poor children are severely affected by the disease. If you then think about the clinical experience we have with Emcitate, the solution you can see here on the right hand on the side, Emcitate is with the actual name of tiratricol, the API, is a small molecule. It's a thyroid hormone analog, and unlike the natural hormone T3, it can actually cross cellular membranes without a functional MCT8 transporter. It's a very neat mechanistic solution, which really addresses both challenges and both clinical phenotypes in the body. It normalizes the thyroid hormone in both compartments. So in the compartment where you have 2 higher levels of thyroid hormone, it normalizes this. In the compartment we have had no exposure in the past, it also addresses that. So that is Emcitate and the mechanistic rationale behind it. We had the first clinical trial that was completed in 2019 and published in Lancet, 46 patients, where it was studied what one would call the peripheral thyrotoxicosis side of the disease, i.e. normalizing thyroid hormone levels in the peripheral part of the body, in the serum. As an example here, you see the primary endpoint where we were able to normalize it. The orange dots are patient's T3 level at baseline, and the arrow shows it after 12 months of treatment with Emcitate. And as one can see here on the slide, more or less all patients were able to be normalized within the normal range of T3. And that then translated into some very important clinical relevant outcome measures, such as improved body weight, heart rate, other cardiovascular parameters. We also have additional clinical data that was published in 2021, October, where we, under a 6-year period in a real-world evidence setting, it's called the Erasmus Medical Center cohort study, were able to follow 67 patients up to 6 years. And we saw exactly the same thing here, i.e. verification, that more or less all patients were normalized very fast, according to the previous slide I showed you in the first clinical trial, but also durable of up to 6 years. That led us then to engage with regulatory authorities with the argument that we now have 2 different and independent cohorts of clinical data, the TRIAC Trial 1 and the EMC cohort study, and we believe that that's in a rare disease setting should be sufficient for a submission. The EMA concluded and agreed on that in a pre-submission meeting, and here, as I mentioned earlier, we are planning for a submission early autumn this year, based on the data we already have at hand. For the US, they actually recognized the good and solid data we have and also confirmed that normalization of T3 levels and the clinical manifestations it has on thyrotoxicosis, peripheral thyrotoxicosis, serve as a basis for approval. However, they wanted us to verify the results we have seen so far in a very small randomized placebo-controlled study in 16 patients for 30 days, since the data we have generated so far is from an open-label study. That study is something that will start very shortly. Here we have had some challenges over the last 4 to 6 months in order to start that. So a step back is that the design was agreed with the FDA already in Q4 last year. We have 3 sites participating in this study: Children's Hospital Philadelphia, Erasmus Medical Center in Rotterdam, and Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge. What we saw when we were planning to initiate and start the study was that the first study to be initiated was the Children's Hospital Philadelphia, and there we saw hospital administration driven by COVID-19 was a big blocker, so external factors, where they had in queue more than 30 different projects to start studies. So there was a bottleneck within the so-called budget department at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. We didn't get a buy-in and approval from the budget department until February this year, and subsequently submitted it to the IRBs, or ethics committees, around February, March. In parallel with that, as one always do, we have discussions with different regulatory authorities. We also got some comments that we communicated in April, where we received some comments on study documentation. So not design, let me be utterly clear, but study documentation, which required an update of the study documentation, which then necessitate a resubmission to the ethics committees for a renewed approval. That was done during back end of April with a very quick turnaround. And here we received the first ethics committee's approval back end of last week. So we should be ready to start and have the first patient in now during Q2 as previously communicated. We have also worked, of course, in parallel with streamlining the study, making sure that the recruitment timelines is as swift as possible. There we have 33 patients lined up or identified across the 3 different sites. So we believe the recruitment will be quick. And we also looked at the back end of the process, i.e. data cleaning and database lock in order to announce results as soon as possible. So that's the status of the ReTRIACt study, which is hopefully to be started as soon as possible. Translating that into the commercial opportunity and how we see that, I think it's very important again to recognize that we have already 180 patients, around 180 patients, being treated with Emcitate outside our clinical programs, which really verifies a number of things. The unmet medical need, of course, that the patients are out there, the physician's willingness to prescribe Emcitate as a treatment. But also very important is that these patients will, of course, at the point of approval, transfer over to commercial payers. So based on that, we also believe that the revenue will start off at a decent base rather than 0 at the point of approval. So commercializing of Emcitate, as I mentioned before, we're planning to do this through an own very lean in-house commercial organization covering around 40 to 50 employees across Europe and US and looking for partnerships in the rest of the world. And that's driven by a few factors that you see here on the screen: substantial unmet medical need, centralized focus target groups that are prescribers, pediatric endocrinologists and pediatric neurologists, and it's no competition and no treatment out there. We're focusing very hard on this and we're building up the commercial infrastructure stepwise. Obviously, we put that in contrast with submission timelines and approval timelines. So here we have a flexible cost base going forward, but focusing on 2 aspects really. One is identifying patients to drive disease awareness, educate around the disease, diagnosis and newborn screening. And the other part is, of course, ensure and drive as broad access as possible for Emcitate as soon as possible after marketing authorization. I won't go through this in detail since we have limited time, but there is a number of activities we're doing around disease awareness education, collaboration with patient advocacy groups, and putting together national and international advisory boards around newborn screening, etc. Being present, of course, now since COVID-19 is not impacting the scientific conferences. We have had great traction there, speaking to physicians around the disease, as well as a mix of other channels in order to do the same. When it comes to market access or ensuring access, of course, one key element of the organization is developing a compelling clinical and economical value proposition to ensure as broad as possible reimbursement and access. And we're doing so by generating data around the disease, via so-called caregiver studies or patient journey studies or vignette studies in order to really calibrate and illustrate the impact it has on caregivers, the parents, etc., and the hospital setting, and what benefits would Emcitate provide from an economical standpoint. Last but not least, but not to dwell on this before, just to calibrate the opportunity we see from a pricing perspective. And this is a slide reflecting the US market. We have not giving guidance from a company perspective on Emcitate in particular, but in order to calibrate that, We see some of the analogs you see here on the slide as good proxies when it comes to list price, and these analogs are selected based on similar type of treatment and disease areas, such as ultra-orphan condition, pediatric patient population, no treatment options exist, chronic treatment during the whole of lifetime, and the same disease severity. And as you can see on the bottom of the slide, these analogs reflect a very decent premium-priced drug. So with that, to conclude, we believe we have a company that are very much advanced in the development space. We have strong and consistent clinical data demonstrating significant effects on key clinical outcomes. We believe that since we have passed most of the typical drug development risks, we have a very high likelihood of reaching the market in 2024, where we have all clinical data already available for a submission in Europe, and we're doing a short, small reconfirming trial in the US, which carries, in our view, a very low risk that leads us to a submission towards the back end of the year. And that comes then based on the prevalence we discussed and pricing with a commercial opportunity that's very good. And last but not least, we also are eligible, worthwhile recognizing, for a priority review voucher upon US approval, which can be sold, of course, to another sponsor. With that, thank you very much. And I guess, Gonzalo, you have some questions.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Niklas. Very interesting presentation. Time for a few questions. I mean, now it seems that things are aligning for the submissions, both in Europe and in the US. And I was thinking, like, assuming that you reach the market, one of the challenges that the company like you targeting this type of rare disease to that level is diagnosis. I mean, you of course are assuming an incidence of 1 in between 70,000, but diagnosis will be a challenge, or it will be something you will have to face once you're in the market. How much is in your hands that you can actually increase diagnosis or like implement, let's say in the future, screening for patients, for newborns? I mean, how much can you do to increase diagnosis?
I think it's an excellent question, Gonzalo. I think the end game, of course, is having this as part of newborn screening. And there's a good rationale for that. It's simple and it's cheap. It's a simple T3 test. It costs $1.50 and it's available in most of the labs, right? So it's a good rationale behind it, considering the detrimental condition of MCT8 deficiency. That happening before approval is highly unlikely. You usually need to have a treatment on the market before you actually get into newborn screening processes in the respective countries. So it's quite a heavy lift. Having said that, though, based on the activities we do already, we already see traction. So being present at conferences, establishing key opinion leader networks, etc. Discussing with gene diagnostic companies. I think I mentioned to you before that just by approaching a couple of gene diagnostic companies in the US, we found in their database more than 40 patients already being diagnosed with MCT8 deficiency that we didn't know about. That in combination with having also already 180 patients on treatment today, which hopefully will increase before approval, serves a very good base to start off with in order to drive this forward post-approval.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I have a second question is on your US small trial that will start soon. Could you give us some background of the patients that you will include in that study? Because I mean, you can go through that very fast, but I mean, those patients are already on treatment, and what you will do is half of them will stop having treatment, and the others will continue.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point. So of course, I should have mentioned that. Apologize. So for this study, the majority of the patients will be sourced from our patients already under the named patient use program. So these are patients on treatment that will be randomized to be continued on treatment or actually receiving placebo under an up to a 30-day period. And this primary endpoint is very simple. It's the proportion of patients in the respective treat group that reaches upper limit normal of T3, the blue corridor you saw on a previous slide. And there we expect, if not all, the majority of the patients in the placebo arm go up to upper limit normal even within days up to a week. And that's driven by data we have from previous patients that's been on drug holiday, but also the half-life of the compound is 5 to 6 hours. And we also believe, based on what you see, the clinical data we have at hand, that the majority, if not all, of the patients that are continue to be on treatment will stay within the normal range. So you're absolutely right that the source of patients for this study will be patients in majority that's been on treatment before and age above 4 years old to make sure that it's stable.
For how long can these patients, I mean, do you have a criteria like these patients must have been in treatment for X amount of months or something like that?
No, what we do is that and that's a very good question, is that when we identify the patients and they come in for screening, they actually will be monitored the first couple of weeks before they're being randomized to ensure, to mitigate any risk, that they are stable within the normal range and towards the bottom end. So we're not just randomizing at day one, we're making sure that they are stable and so on treatment.
Great. And one last question is on the other indication that you have mentioned before, the RTH beta. That indication is, of course, it's larger than MCT8 deficiency. And I was thinking, in terms of clinical development, is it something you would like to do alone, or you would need to do it with someone? And when would you think to start like a potential clinical program there?
It's a really good question. That's also a sizable opportunity. So I think you're absolutely right there. We need to think about the strategic elements and the tactics here, since we believe that we have a good and robust safety database already, as you know from the experience in this patient population we're talking about now, MCT8 deficiency. We believe that from an efficacy standpoint, it's highly likely that we only need to do one single pivotal trial. And the reason for saying it is that we have close to 10 patients already being treated with MCT8 on the indication resistant to thyroid hormone beta in the UK. And we have some nice data coming out of that. So we believe that if we can develop a very clever design, optimize that, one single pivotal study will do. Because obviously the resistant thyroid hormone beta is also ultra-orphan condition one. It's somewhat more prevalent than MCT8 deficiency. It affects roughly 1 to 40,000 in the general population, but still. So that is the approach.
Great. I think we're running out of time. Niklas, thank you very much for being here with us today and for the presentation.
Thank you.
The next company presenting today is Cinclus Pharma, and we are joined by the CEO of the company today here, Christer Ahlberg. Cinclus is a Swedish unlisted biotech working in the space of acid-related diseases with a focus now on the treatment of GERD with their lead asset, linaprazan glurate. And Christer, I'll give you the word now.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you very much. And I go directly to the first slide. And yes, as we heard here, I mean, Cinclus Pharma, we are a Swedish pharmaceutical company focusing on gastric acid-related diseases. And our lead candidate, linaprazan glurate, represent a new mode of action, new class in this area. The first innovation for more than 2 decades. And linaprazan glurate do have the capacity to become best in class and definitely a blockbuster potential. Despite that, we are focusing on a niche market, the moderate to severe GERD patients. We actually have a market potential up to $20 billion. We have finalized our phase 2 study in the end of last year, and we are preparing for the phase 3 program starting up in the end of this year or in beginning of next year. And we are, despite we are not listed public company, we do have a strong investor base that's supporting us in the future, with very good track record within this area. Before going into the company, I can just introduce myself. I'm the CEO of the company. A long background, almost 30 years within the pharma industry, both from medtech, but most from the pharma industry. Came from Sedana Medical before I joined Cinclus. Also have been part of the MedCap group, established also ASI here in the Nordic area and the Baltic area. And also was part of the journey of MEDA in the beginning. And I started my career at Astra and also participated in the launch of Nexium, which is relevant in this case. When talking about AstraZeneca, the company's substance linaprazan glurate is originally developed at Astra, and we have further developed it into a prodrug with definitely the potential to become market leader in this area. We have also the management team and the overall team have long experience from, many of them have long experience from AstraZeneca and specifically within this area as well, both in product development but as well in commercialization. Let's go into the market. GERD, the disease, is not very complex disease. It's caused by acid coming up in the esophagus from the stomach and gives symptoms and also erosions in the esophagus, which is not good. And you can treat it by reducing the acid production in the stomach, and that has been done over the decades by proton pump inhibitors. Losec, Nexium, the inventions from AstraZeneca. And they are good, but more in the milder patients, and the moderate to severe patients, 30 to 50% actually lacking effect enough from the PPIs. So that is definitely our target population, the moderate severe GERD, and specifically the erosive GERD, that is the E stands for. Of course, we are looking into the S-GERD, the symptomatic part as well, but E-GERD is the key for us. And looking into the size, I mentioned $20 billion as market potential, and that the majority of that comes from the E-GERD side on the left here on the slide, where we can see, I mean, this is a huge disease. These data comes from both epidemiologic data, but as well as our own market research. And our target population is the C and D E-GERD patient, the moderate to severe patient groups, and also patients only having partial response from the PPIs, the current standard of treatment. So that gives you, since this is also a chronic disease, gives you a potential in the E-GERD of 12 billion. And adding up later in the product life cycle management, we also will look into the S-GERD part as well. But we're starting with a focus on E-GERD and will always focus on the moderate to severe patients. What's important in this market, how to succeed, and it's all about acid control, and that definition is to have pH above 4 in the stomach a long period during the 24 hours period as possible. And looking back in the history when H2 blockers and the PPI were launched, it always has been a matter of improving that acid control in percentage of the 24-hour period. And that was the reason why Losec, Prilosec and Nexium became the most sold drugs in the world. And actually that is one of the reasons why the new generation, the new mode of action, PCAB, have succeeded when they have been launched now in Asia, and specifically in Japan by Takeda. And they are now the market leader thanks to their improvement in the acid control. Our substance do have the potential to become the market leader as well, because definitely we have the most potent drug with the most best acid control and actually the fastest onset. And if you look at the Japanese example, what they have done now, they are selling Takecab, vonoprazan, Takeda's product, actually have passed Nexium, and they are the most sold drug in Japan the last quarter of 2021, with sales of approximately up to $1 billion annually. And that is, of course, validate two things. First, we have an unmet medical need, and also that PCAB have the potential to pass PPIs overall globally later on. So this is very good news for us, since we believe that linaprazan glurate is a much better drug substance than vonoprazan. So looking into linaprazan glurate, what could we say first of the mode of actions? I mean, I will not go in so much into depth into this, but definitely the difference between a PPI and a PCAB, they are active in the proton pump, both of them, but a little bit differently. And the biggest difference in comparing PPIs and PCAB is that we have an irreversible binding in the PPI versus a reversible binding. That with the PCAB, that gives you a more flexible dosing. But the biggest difference clinically is that PPIs only have a plasma half-time of approximately 90 minutes, and that needs to be dosed to have a full acid control up to 5 times per day, which is not feasible actually. Our substance do have 10 hours of half-time, and that with 1 or 2 doses you can deliver a complete acid control. And then we have the slow onset. It takes 4 to 5 days to reach full acid control with the PPI, or the maximum effect, I would say. 4 to 5 days. To reach maximum effect with our substance takes 1 to 2 hours. So it's a huge difference. And then also we're talking about acid control. It's important because this is also a biomarker for the future. But it's a very strong correlation between healing in the esophagus with the percentage over the 24 hours with pH above 4. So if you have more than 80% of acid control, you know that you can correlate that to healing rates on the left side here after 4 weeks. This is very strong after decades of research. And so this is important. And then, of course, it's important to compare with our existing products in the market. How are they succeeding in the acid control? On the left side, you have the purple and the gray curves. The purple is the first dose of Nexium. And there you can see that they barely reach above pH 4, which is the dotted line, over the 24 hours here. So the goal is to reach above the dotted line as long a period as possible. After the 5th dose, after 5 days, still it's a little bit better, but still many hours below pH 4, which is not optimal for the moderate to severe patients for healing. This is our phase 1 study, the green curve, where you can see already after the first dose, after 1 to 2 hours, you reach pH 4 and you stay there over the 24 hours. So this is a fantastic improvement in acid control. Comparing on the right side here, we have compared the vonoprazan, the Japanese PCAB, and that's the blue curve, superimposed on ours, so it's not the same study. But nevertheless, you can see the difference, both in onset. It takes them 2 to 4 hours to have that onset. Still is the first day, so it's better than the PPIs. But also you can see in the night hours, you have problem dipping below pH 4. So this is important differences now when we're going into the clinical effects as well. So therefore, I would like to show you short about our phase 2 results. And that was a study that was performed to find the right dosing for the phase 3 study program. And that's important for us, of course, to succeed there. It was performed in US and Europe. And we compared 4 different doses with our substance, and the main group was the moderate to severe patients. And we had also an active comparator in lansoprazole, which is an ordinary proton pump inhibitor, similar to Losec and Nexium. That was the purpose with that was to have a safety comparison, so we could have something to refer to when it comes to side effects. It was a 4-week study, and that is much shorter compared to normally what you want to do is 8 weeks. That is the standard treatment in this case. And the results in the different dose cohorts, you could see that we had a dose-related curve, 70, 80 to 90, up to 90% of the most severe patient group, C and D patients, after 4 weeks, which is very, very good results of almost 90%. So that's a good results. Also looking into a different dose improvement, or not dose improvement steps in healing. Going from D to C is 1 improvement, and D to B is 2 improvements. And here you can also see a dose-related response, where 75 milligram is the highest effect, and then it's fading off in the 100 milligrams. So this is an optimal dose range curve, I would say. But it's also interesting to compare now for the future versus potential competition. That was not the purpose with the study, but nevertheless, we could not resist to do that. We had, as I said, we have C and D patients, the moderate to severe patients, and after 4 weeks, we had almost 90% healing of that. And that should be compared then to this Japanese substance, vonoprazan, that have done a study, phase 3 study now in Europe and US. After 8 weeks, they had 92%. So that's very similar, actually, but we did it on the half of the time. And also we have seen that we had also twice the proportion of the hard-to-treat patients, the D patients. And that also compared to what they had in the vonoprazan study. And of course, that support the potency and effect in our study. And then compared to the comparator, we have used the same comparators in our studies. And lansoprazole, we had a huge difference with more than 50% delta versus them, which is enormous difference. After 8 weeks in the vonoprazan, we saw a difference of 20%, which is indeed good, but nevertheless, it's a big difference in the figures here. And also, we wanted to quality check this, so we used NICE, the UK authorities. They have done a systematic review on the effects of all PPIs over the years in all data that is available. And what we could see from their review is that lansoprazole in the NICE review after 4 weeks with C and D patients should have a healing rate on 43%, which is in the same range as our study showed. So this is a normal situation for that patient group. Looking into the 8 weeks healing for the same patient, NICE states approximately 60% on Lanso, which indicates again that it might be that they have had a little bit less severe population in that study. So this is good data. Safety-wise, it was also important here, but we can say that we have side effects at least as safe as lansoprazole, and so it looks very, very promising here from this point of view. So, what's the future for us then? I mean, we are planning, as I said, the phase 3 program, and our ambition is to recruit patients in the beginning of next year or in the end of this year. And we will do two twin studies confirming each other, performed in Europe and US, and most likely also in South America. On top of that, we will add on an H. pylori indication, which will be run in parallel. They are shorter, so the intention is that they should end at the same time. So we are aiming for an approval by the end of 2026 for both indications. So, just to summarize, this is a de-risk program, development program, definitely from many different perspectives. We have huge data bank from Astra and AstraZeneca on the linaprazan substance, with both phase 1 and 2 studies, as well as tox program. We have done the same, both phase 1, 2, and also tox program, and should not be any safety surprises, and neither any efficacy surprises. We know that this works, and we have a very good acid control. And that's, of course, support us in the biomarker here, as you see. That since we have a good acid control, we know that we will have healing of these patients. We also have had plenty of interaction with the authorities, so we know their request, and we are confident that we can deliver on what they are asking for. So, but then, of course, it's a matter of commercialization and strategies on that, and differentiation is key to succeed. And what we are focusing on is, of course, that we will take patients from the PPI markets, and here we are quite confident that we have a really good differentiation possibilities, but we also prepare for showing a comparison versus potential PCABs on the market. And looking into first then, we can look at the plasma half-life. We have can already tick that box. We have a longer plasma half-life, which gives you a longer duration. We have the fastest onset, and we have the best acid control as it looks now. And also in the phase 2, we had the ambition to show full effect after 4 weeks, instead of 8 weeks, which is the standard, which we actually now almost ticked off. Of course, we need to have the phase 3 program to show that as well. We are aiming to show superiority versus PPIs, both after 4 and 8 weeks and after maintenance 6 months treatment. And then also looking into the symptoms, where we are also focusing on a special validated symptom score that is now accepted by FDA, which will be unique for us. And there also we will focus on the nocturnal nighttime symptoms, which you remember, the dip in the acid control, which we believe is very important. And this is a symptom that many patients suffering from. Almost 50% of all GERD patients are complaining about nighttime symptoms. So that could be definitely an important differentiation factor in the future. So that's how it looks. And target approach, market approach, we will have a targeting market approach where we are positioning the product for moderate to severe e-GERD and patient with partial response to the PPIs. So, of course, that will be a funnel where we are focusing on the specialist and later on primary care who have an interest within this area then later on. And when it comes to partnership approach, we are focusing on out-license this, and we have already a partner in Asia, and we are working in China with via Sinorda, which is our partner. They have a sub-licensee in China, and there they have already submitted the application to the Chinese authorities. So hopefully we will have a first approval in the world and in China 2024, and the launch thereafter by Shanghai Pharma, which is a very big Chinese company. In Europe, we have ongoing discussions, and of course we are looking for a licensing partner here, and we also will intensify the work in US also from now on. IP-wise, what we could say is that we have a strong protection, both patents, We have, including the extension that we will have in Europe and US, we are looking for to have patent until 34 and 35. New applications done, pending now, and hopefully they will be approved, and which we believe they will be during this year. That gives us patent until 40, 41. But on top of that, we also have the data exclusivity. In Europe, you get normally 10 years then from approval. And in US, normally you have 5 years, but we have now a grant from the FDA, thanks that we are also going for the H. pylori indication, that we can extend that exclusivity by another 5 years. So we have 10 years also there. So with that said, I just wanted to finalize this presentation and give you just a short summary then. I mean, linaprazan is a substance that definitely addresses unmet medical need with a huge potential in market potential and potential to become best in class. This is historically developed by Astra and AstraZeneca, and we have further developed it into this prodrug and further improved it, I would say. And now with our phase 2 results, we are confident that we have a very good substance and a very potent substance with a good IP protection and actually with a strong support from our current investors, and also with a very good leadership and the management and the team that are, I would say, very experienced in developing these kind of drugs before. So with that said, thank you for your interest.
Thank you very much, Christer, for the nice presentation. And we can now start with a few questions.
Yes.
I would like to start asking you, well, I mean, of course, the data you have generated in the lead study, it's really good. I mean, you show this potential to show superiority after only 4 weeks of treatment. And this is something that Takeda or Fathom in the US have not managed to show with 8 weeks treatment. And I was wondering, when you speak with specialists and key opinion leaders, how much weight do they put in a potential superiority in healing rates after, let's say, 4 weeks?
Yeah, I think that is, I mean, we have, of course, advisory boards and experts that we have ongoing discussions with. And also from our market research, we can see that 4 weeks is definitely a key parameter to look into. And if you can show that difference and you can differentiate yourself versus the other with that, that will definitely have a efficacy claim to be used strongly in the market.
And in terms of market potential, is it something that doctors would put a lot of emphasis in the healing rate, or it's more the symptomatology, superiority in symptom relief?
Healing, among the specialists, of course, it's a combination, symptoms and healing, but the key is the healing, because if you're not healing the patient, there is always a risk that you reach that you can have, I mean, a risk of cancer in the end. So you want really to heal the patient and keep them healed, because this is a chronic disease. So if you stop the treatment, normally you get it back after a while. But of course, symptom is what the patients are asking for. So that is, of course, also important. I mean, and symptom has been more tricky to show differences in before. But now with our validated score system, I think we have a chance, also with the acid control.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And a second question is in the phase 3 that you intend to start by the end of the year or potentially beginning of next year.
Yeah.
Are you planning to power it to show superiority at 4 weeks or 8 weeks? Because that would change.
Absolutely. It will be powered to show superiority in the factors I just mentioned here. So also after 4 weeks.
Okay. Also after 4 weeks, yeah. And I was wondering if you could give us some words on the H. pylori potential label that you need in order to expand your patent, well, your protection in the market. Could you give us some words on what is the intended label that you need there and how easy will it be to achieve it?
Yeah, it's actually, we have already a grant from FDA. So what we need is to get the indication, eradication H. pylori.
Yeah.
So that could be either a standard indication, but in our way, I mean, long-term view is to actually have to reduce the usage of antibiotics and reduce the risk of resistance. So we think that we have, and what you normally when you treat an H. pylori, you need to increase the pH in the stomach actually for the antibiotic to be active in the stomach, and without they are not very effective in an acid environment. So you need then to have a pH up to 6 or almost 7 sometimes. Since we have so good acid control, we believe that we can actually deliver a drug with only usage with one antibiotic.
Yeah.
So you can reduce also the resistance of antibiotics.
And no plans to show superiority compared with PPI treatment?
Yeah, well, yeah, that will be definitely the case, but that's not needed to get the 5 years extension, so to say.
Okay. And one last question. Could you let us know a little bit on your current cash position and the capital needs that you need for your
Yeah, I
phase
mean,
3?
what we need is, of course, to address this potential and also to initiate these clinical studies that we talked about. We need that additional funding. And that is what we are working on now. And a program of the eGERD and H. pylori, we are talking approximately about 1 billion SEK.
Okay. Christer, thank you very much for being here with us today and for the nice presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back. And the next presentation is Abliva. And with us we have here today Ellen Donnelly, the CEO. And just as a brief introduction, Abliva is a Swedish biotech developing novel treatments for mitochondrial diseases. And with this, I'll give you the word now, Ellen.
Thank you. Hi, so I'm Ellen Donnelly. As I mentioned, I'm a CEO of Abliva. I've been with the company for 2 years. My background, I have a PhD in pharmacology from Yale. Then I went into management consulting, and I moved to Sweden in 2016, where I was the CEO of a sickle cell company. So excited to be here at Abliva. I've been at Abliva for 2.5 years now. So we're going to talk about a topic many of you probably don't know much about. It's mitochondrial disease. And so I'll talk about it a lot throughout the presentation, and feel free to ask questions at the end. We have our disclaimer. So we are focused at Abliva on building a company focused in mitochondrial medicine. And that may sound like a lofty goal for a small biotech company, but we have a lot of things that are in play that will help us do this. The first thing is that we have colleagues that have been working in mitochondrial medicine for over 2 decades. That is fairly unique in this area. So the mitochondria have kind of been, I think it's that untapped area of biology that many of us haven't really thought a lot about, which is pretty interesting considering they're in every cell in your body except for the red blood cells. We talk about neurons, we talk about cancer cells, we often don't talk about mitochondria. So today we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the mitochondria. We also have a research and development group. Again, rather unique. We have a lab at Lund University, which you can see here, focused on the science. And then we have a development group at Medicon Village in Lund, focused on the development of the assets. Also unique is that we have a portfolio of programs. We have one in late-stage development, so that is one in the study that will get it to the market if it's successful. And then we have another program that's ready for its first clinical study in healthy volunteers. We're publicly traded on NASDAQ Sweden in the small cap. So what are mitochondria? As I mentioned, they're in every cell in your body except the red blood cells. They're the powerhouse of your cell. They are responsible for generating the energy that your cell needs to do their job. That is very important. If you'll remember from your biology classes, they are generating ATP. And that energy is going on to do the cellular processes that each of these cells need to do. Now, in the organs in your body that need the most energy, they have the most mitochondria. So you can imagine if your mitochondria aren't working, those are the organs that are impacted most quickly. Muscles, your brain, your kidneys, they all have a lot of mitochondria, and so you usually see the issues will be in those organs first. The interesting thing about the mitochondria is they have different DNA than the rest of your body. Their DNA comes from your mom. We call it mitochondrial DNA, or sometimes you'll see mtDNA written. That's different than your nuclear DNA. And the reason that's interesting is it comes from your mom. So your mom may have the disease if you have it, but also the proofreading isn't the same as in the nuclear DNA. So there are often mistakes made. Depending on how severe those mistakes are, you may see an issue, you may not have an issue. So patients that suffer from mitochondrial DNA mutations or mutations in their nuclear DNA that affect their mitochondria, these are called primary mitochondrial disease. And they're rare diseases affecting about 1 in 5,000 individuals. They're devastating, debilitating disorders. They could lead to a shortened lifespan, or they could just really affect the activities of daily living. There are no approved therapies for systemic disease. These patients are diagnosed through a genetic test. They go to their doctor, they get tested, they find out they have a primary mitochondrial disease. There's nothing they can do. They're usually introduced to a patient advocacy group or a group of patients support group, and they're supported through the duration of their disease. And so if you go on our website, you can see a couple of patients. We have videos for both Rebecca and Roger, so you can see what the impact of this disease on their life. And then we have an interview also with Daniela on the website. But one of the examples we give, we have a disease or an asset called NV354. It's the second asset in the portfolio. And it's for a childhood disease called Leigh syndrome. And this one, I'll give you an example of a patient. So, new mom, my son's 12 months old, right? Starting to develop normally like any child does. Suddenly gets a cold. And he doesn't seem to recover from that cold. The child just keeps getting worse. And mom's like, there's something wrong here. This wasn't a normal cold. I feel like my child's actually getting worse. Might go to see the pediatrician, and the pediatrician says, this is a bit odd. Come back if he doesn't do any better. Doesn't do any better, you come back, you finally get a genetic test and find out the child has Leigh syndrome. This is a genetic disorder, it's a primary mitochondrial disorder. That child is gonna go downhill very, very quickly. Average lifespan, maybe 5 years, 10 years. They'll start to lose all of their motor milestones. start to be fed by a feeding tube and maybe in bed and unable to get out of it until they pass away. Can you imagine being that parent? I mean, they thought they had a healthy child. The child got sick, and suddenly you find out this is a death sentence for your child. Those are the kind of disorders we're working on. This is very serious medicine that we're doing. KL1333 is the lead asset. So this is targeting adults that have a primary mitochondrial disorder, and they also, in that disease, they suffer from fatigue and myopathy. Myopathy is muscle weakness, and what we see with these patients is they have a hard time initiating movements, a hard time getting up and standing up and sitting down, and then the fatigue is overwhelming fatigue. We say that we'd like to call it mito fatigue because it isn't the fatigue you and I feel. It's really the substantial fatigue that, you know, I have to plan my shower because a hot shower actually takes so much energy. I can't do anything after I take that shower. So the lead asset, again, adults with fatigue and myopathy. That's in a pivotal study. We'll talk about that right now in a few slides. The second asset, NV354, this is the one for the kids. This is different. It gets into the brain, whereas the first asset doesn't. And this one's ready to go into phase 1 studies, and early programs exist as well. So why haven't you heard about these before? I think that this is really kind of, we've had a confluence of activity within this space that have really made this the time to go after these diseases. The first thing that really has happened is we have an increased scientific understanding of the space. Mitochondria are complex organelles. This is a heteroplasmic disease, so some are affected. You might have in a muscle cell some mitochondria that are affected, some aren't. And then that muscle cell may be affected, but maybe kidney cell isn't. So it's been a little bit of a complicated path forward to figure out how to actually target this disorder. A nice thing about this area is it's a rare disease, so we do have the regulatory tools that are available to other rare diseases. I'm sure you're all aware of orphan drug designation. This allows you to have market exclusivity for 7 or 10 years in the US and EU. An important tool because it allows us to put the money into the development of the drug knowing that we will have market exclusivity when it gets out. We have that designation for both of our assets, KL1333 and NV354. Another opportunity is obviously pediatric rare disease voucher. You can get this and that can be sold and give you some opportunities there. A fast track designation is the FTD, and then breakthrough therapies. These are all available to companies working in this space and tools that we hope to take advantage of. Something that's happened recently as well is now that we are starting to diagnose these patients more frequently because they get identified, they get sent for genetic testing, and genetic testing is available in most countries throughout the world. So they're getting diagnosed. There's centers of excellence that are coming up. And these centers of excellence have physicians that are interested in both the science and the development of drugs for this area. And so you're seeing this confluence of people focused in this disease. And so in some states or countries, we actually have one center. And all of the patients that are diagnosed with this disorder will be sent through that center, tracked by that center. This helps us a lot when we're trying to recruit studies because we know how many patients are seen by that study, this study site, and then we hope to recruit patients from that group of individuals. And in some cases, if a whole country has one center, you can imagine it's a lot of patients that we're looking at recruiting. It also helps us with the sales once the drug is ready to go to market. So we have centers of excellence where we have this convergence of all these patients, and then we also have these patient advocacy groups. And this is a bit different, I think, in this area because they seem to have consolidated. An example, I think a counterexample of this would be DMD in the US, where you have a lot of patient family groups that put $1 million behind a therapeutic. Here we've really had consolidation of these patient advocacy groups because they understand that, you know, if they can put more money in the pot, it's obviously going to be more helpful. And so that is very helpful to us. UMDF, a good example, is the leading patient advocacy group in the US. They helped us recruit our patient study. They have resources for the patients online. They're constantly in the discussion, helping us find patients, attract patients to the study, and really bring therapeutics to this important group. So that's all happened in the last few years. And then I think as a company, we have a very strong internal position. We do have 2 first-in-class assets. That makes it a little more difficult, but it also means that we can be to the market and take a strong position. We're in line with the competition. We're all in the same pivotal space, and there aren't many players, actually. KL1333 has about 3 competitors, and we're all complementary. So actually the word competitor, I guess, doesn't really factor in here because we could all be approved and be used in together. And then MV354 has a similar number. So not a big competitive landscape here. And we also have a strong patent estate. That's been one focus of the company, is really ensuring that our assets are protected. So all of this has kind of, I think, come together to really make this a strong opportunity for Abliva and for the industry in this area. I think what it says is it's decreased risk. We have decreased time to market because of these incentives, and we have decreased cost to market. So that all makes for a nice package and an increased commercial opportunity. So here you can see the peak sales projections that we have this is for the lead asset for KL1333. This is a pretty, I call it a back of the envelope exercise. So what we did here is we said, what do you have to believe to hit $1 billion in peak sales? And it's a pretty easy estimate, right? You have the prevalence of the disease, which is about 60,000 in the US and Europe. And then you say, okay, I'm gonna assume 50% of those are diagnosed, because we still have a problem getting patients diagnosed. You know, they might not get sent for that genetic test until a year or two afterwards. So we'll assume 50% are diagnosed, 50% are treated. And that's in a great scenario where you actually have a therapeutic that's available to treat them. And then we said we were second to market. Price it at about this, $160,000 per year. Again, a pretty conservative estimate. Right now, a similar therapy in the US is about $300,000. And we've had that confirmed with payers that would probably be the price that they would put this drug at. But we don't know what's going to happen with pricing, especially in the US. There are lots of discussions ongoing about pricing of rare therapeutics in the US. So to be conservative, we took $160,000 per year, split that in half for Europe. You can see it still hits $1 billion opportunities. So really big commercial opportunity for the lead asset here. So what is this? What is this lead asset? So it's a modulator of two coenzymes in the mitochondria. These are NAD+ and NADH. Fairly certain none of you remember about these coenzymes. The reason they're important is because they need to be at the right ratio in order to generate ATP. If they're not, in patients with mitochondrial disease, they're just producing a ton of NADH. And their electron transport chain doesn't work, so they can't convert it to NAD+. So the system has a whole bunch of this enzyme that they can't do anything with. So the enzyme doesn't help us, we don't get energy. Simple story, right? So we're modulating the amount of these two enzymes so that they're in the right ratio. Interestingly, we've dosed over 110 healthy volunteers and patients with the drug and have seen no safety issues. So no SAEs out of a number of studies. So we have a really strong safety profile, and we have signals of efficacy. We're gonna show you that data in a minute. But that's important. So we've dosed patients with our drug and seen good effects. I'll show you those. We have this potentially registrational study ongoing. People often ask why I keep saying potentially. Like, why are you modulating? Because we don't know the data yet. So we have discussed with the regulators the fact that this study, if positive, could be registrational. But until we have the data, we don't know. So we like to put potentially before it. As I mentioned, limited competitive landscape here. All of us are at the same stage. And we have this strong patent estate with the ODD designation. So I mentioned data. Everyone likes to see the data. And unfortunately, this is the only, I think I have another data slide, but we have one slide of data. So what we did here is we put this in patients. So this was a 10-day study, and the patients were dosed with only 50 milligrams of drug. So we wanted to go in, it's our first experience in patients, so we want to make sure that they don't have any issues. So we went in with a low dose, 50 milligrams. In this study, we had 3 clinical endpoints. 2 of them were fatigue, and 1 of them was myopathy, because we knew that those were the symptoms we wanted to look at in this pivotal study. We also knew that these are the symptoms that the mechanism is likely to address. So we wanted to look at 3 endpoints. So we had 2 fatigue scales and a myopathy scale. And then we looked at them. We had 2 patients on placebo. This looks like the drug. Everybody was blinded, double blind, closed, not an open label study, which you often see in this area, but this was a legitimate placebo control. 6 patients got the drug. And you can see here, the gray is the placebo patients. KL1333 is in black. There's a big difference between those 2 groups. 2 of them are going up, 6 of them are going down. That difference, although not statistically significant because this is too small a cohort, that difference we believe is clinically meaningful. So what that means is a patient should be able to feel that difference. The only way we know that is because you look at different indications or different TAs where this has been used, and it does look like about a 3 to 5 point difference is clinically meaningful in different patient populations. So that was nice data. The other fatigue scale looks very similar to that. That was this was a 7-day recall. That was a 24-hour recall. This test is a different kind of test. This is muscle function. So this is called the 30-second sit to stand. So basically, the patient has to sit down and stand up as many times as they can in 30 seconds. We count it. It's a number. And you can see here that there's about a 2-point difference in that. So they were able to do this 2 more times in 30 seconds. Try it. It doesn't sound like a big number. It's actually a pretty significant difference when you're doing that test. And here you can see, again, a good difference between the 2 groups. Again, in other disease areas, this was clinically meaningful. That's important. Patients can feel the difference. Patients could feel the difference after 10 days at a low dose of this drug. We have other data that shows that we had an exposure-effect relationship. The reason this is important and what it means is that if a patient got a lot of drug, had a lot of drug in their body when we did the assessment, they did better. So this suggests that it's actually the drug that's driving the effect. As you know, sometimes you get off-target effects. You get effects that just happen because it's time of day. These are actually, we believe, driven by the drug, and we have evidence to show that. The other way you show that is through target engagement. So in this study, we have lactate and pyruvate. We use those as our biomarkers, and we saw a good dose-dependent effect on lactate pyruvate when we dosed our drug. So we call that target engagement, and that was an important thing as well. So an interesting experience in patients, super happy with the data. We hit on all 3 clinical endpoints. We showed the exposure-effect relationship, and we also showed target engagement. So that data gave us the confidence to move into the study that we're currently in. This is the study. It's called the Falcon study. We feel like we're giving the patients wings to fly, and hopefully they'll get over their fatigue, they'll get more functioning in their muscles and be able to do more in their daily life. It's a double-blind, parallel group, randomized study. So we've got the normal design here. It's in adults with genetically confirmed disease that have fatigue and myopathy. And right now, they're in a screening period. So what happens, the first thing that happens is a patient comes in, we think that they might be relevant and eligible for the study, and they're tested, they're genetically confirmed, and then they're tested for fatigue and myopathy, because you want to make sure those levels are high enough so the drug can actually do something. So that's our 8 to 12-week screening period. Once they get through that and they show that they maintain this fatigue and this myopathy for that period, they're treated with the drug, and the treatment goes for 48 weeks. One thing that's really important in this disease is these patients are not in good shape. You can imagine that they don't want to come into the clinic every month and be tested. This is a long study. We're trying to register a drug on this, so it needs to be long. We need to get the safety profile, but we can't bring them into the clinic. And so this is basically, it's done at home. So the patients will take the drug in the morning, they take the drug at night, and many of the assessments are done at home. We have home healthcare nurses that come when necessary. And we have a travel program, so when they do have to go into the clinic, they make one phone call and we get them there. Right now, we are running the first 40 patients to an interim analysis. So what does that mean? Right now, we're recruiting patients into the study. They're going to run the full year, but at 6 months, once we have 40 patients that have hit about 6 months of treatment, we'll do an interim analysis. In that, it's blind, but we look at the power of the endpoints and we look at the futility of the study and see if it needs to go forward and how big the sample size will be going forward. And so that's an important time to get an understanding for the power of those endpoints. And you can see the study will end up being 120 to 180 patients in total. One of the other things that we've done to de-risk the study is we have an alternate primary approach. And what does that mean? So we have 2 primary endpoints, and they're actually analyzed independently. So either one hits, we have is statistically significant, we have a positive study. It's a unique design. Usually when you have 2 endpoints, they're primary, they're co-primaries. They need to move together. It's completely different, alternate endpoint approach. They move independently, and you assess them independently. So basically what we say is we have 2 shots on goal. Either one is statistically significant. We have a reason to go to the regulators and ask for approval of the drug. We also have a number of secondary endpoints and exploratory endpoints that will support that. We're running the study in the US and EU, and we have lots of updates available online. You can either go to our website, and you can see all about the clinical study there. You can go to clinicaltrials.gov. But again, ongoing study. Interim analysis is expected in the first half of next year. Second drug is earlier, so I'm not going to spend so much time on this, but this is interesting because it came out of our labs. It's a prodrug of a natural compound called succinate. Succinate is used to create energy within your mitochondria, and we're just giving the cells more of that. It's hard to get into the cell, so we had to make a prodrug technology. So the prodrug gets it into the cell, and then we get the energy from the succinate. This targets diseases with complex 1 disorders, so different patient population here. We've got good drug properties, again, nice patent portfolio and ODD designation in the US, and it's clinic ready. So here I just show some data. We showed improved function in Lee patient cells as the first graph. The second graph shows the nice brain distribution. This is really important because we're targeting the CNS in this drug. And then you can see the mouse model in this is quite nice because they actually just affect complex 1. So this is kind of a translational model because it's impacted the exact problem we have with the complex 1 deficiency. So in these NDUFS4 mouse model, you can see the motor activity decline, and it's fixed, and then the weight improves in these animals. So this is the team. As I mentioned, we're based in Lund. I'm based in the US subsidiary out of Boston. So you can see me. Katarina Johansson is our CFO, Magnus CMO. Eskil is the founder of the company. He's the CSO. He's one that's running the lab at Lund University. And then Dag just joined us. He is our head of clinical operations and responsible for the study. But the really important people here are obviously the scientific advisory board. And I know you probably hear this from every rare disease company, but we cannot do it without our advisors. These guys are the experts in the area, and so you can see them here. We're excited because we're going to see most of them. The big mitochondrial meeting is every 2 years, and it's happening next month in Bologna. So we're going to have a chance to meet with our SAB at that time, other patient organizations and physicians involved in this area. So that'll be a fun meeting. So that's it. That's our story. We're really interested in becoming a global leader in this area. I think we have all the components to do that. And we're just really right now focused on operational excellence in this study to make sure that we can get to that interim analysis and get some data. So that's Abliva. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ellen, for the presentation. Very nice. A few minutes for questions now. And I will start asking you about your Falcon study, your phase 2. If I understand correctly, you're only targeting adults for that study. How come that you did not also include like children, for example? I mean, what is the average age of diagnosis of these patients? Is it that it only happens in the adult life, or?
Right. So primary mitochondrial disease, there are a number of different diseases within that category. And so what we're trying to do is find a homogeneous population, but yet a big enough population to make a real difference in the group. And so what we've done with this population is we've focused on a number of genetic mutations. So we're looking for specifically M3243 alanine to guanine, and that tends to be a rather large population. So we're looking for the genetic background, and then we're looking for the phenotypic background. It's usually normal that you would start in an adult study before you, and that's usually step 1 is the adults, and step 2 is the pediatrics, and we could do that next. But we felt that this was the biggest label and the most broad label to start with the adults first.
Okay, no, thank you. And a second question would be on diagnosis. I mean, you're saying that, of course, it's underdiagnosed where we are now, and this should increase in the future. Where are we there in terms of diagnosis? I mean, and how hard would it be to make it into guidelines? Because that's ideally, in an ideal world, everybody would be at some point with specific symptoms.
Absolutely. I mean, the nice thing about this area is it's a genetic test. And it's readily available in many countries. Interestingly, in Sweden, one of the confounding factors in this disease is they often have diabetes, and we call it diabetes 1.5 because of the pancreas involvement of the mitochondria in the pancreas. And so in Sweden, they'll actually test a patient. If they're testing them for diabetes, they also test them for primary mitochondrial disease. So it's one of the tests that's done when they're going in for diabetes. So it is becoming much more common that they'll be diagnosed. And as the literature starts to come out about this disease, and there's been a huge increase in the amount of literature too, we've seen increased diagnosis. I think there's also an ability for the physicians have started talking about it more clearly, because the concern originally was that you might have one issue that takes you to a hearing specialist. And it's not until you have a second issue that takes you to a neurologist that they say, oh, there's something going on here. It might be mito disease. Let's test them. Now it's being picked up much more quickly. It's not taking that 2 or 3 years to actually get it diagnosed. But I think as therapies start to be identified too, as we get a drug approved in this area, that's going to increase the diagnosis a lot. Because you can imagine being a physician, you're like, well, I can diagnose this patient with M3243 A to G mutation called MELAS mid-spectrum, but what are they going to do with that information? So that's difficult as well. So I think with the increased approval of drugs in this area, will increase the diagnosis rate as well. It's getting much better. I think in the it's logarithmic growth at this point.
That's great to hear. And another question, going back to your Falcon study, you mentioned that you have this alternate primary endpoint. You can hit both or one in order to be approved. One of them, if I recall correctly from your slide, it's validated. The other one is not validated, or what's the situation?
Well, they're both validated. So the one is 30 seconds sit to stand. This is the one people have probably heard of, where you're standing up and sitting down as many times as you can within 30 seconds. It's also called the sit to stand test, or the there are lots of different versions of this test. So that's been used across therapeutic areas. The fatigue scale is a little bit different. So what we did with that is that there's a fatigue scale. There are many fatigue scales that are used across therapeutic areas, but they tend to be pretty general. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a cut. You know, hopefully it'll work. But they're not specific to that disease. So you're just hoping these questions that you're asking, these 8 questions, may be relevant to the disease. And so when we went to the FDA, we said, we want to test fatigue, but we're not happy with this generic approach. What can we do? And so we spent the last 2 years validating our fatigue endpoint. What does that mean? So what you do is there are a bunch of questions that exist in a fatigue database that have all been validated. They're all official questions. And you test those with the patients, and you say, what does this question mean to you? Is this question relevant to your disease? Do you understand this question? Because that's a lot of the problem, is that people either don't interpret the question the same or they don't understand it. In this case, one of the questions was, you know, in the past 7 days, how often have you had an issue doing strenuous exercise? Now, our patients don't exercise. They can't, you know, in many cases can't get off the couch. So to ask them about strenuous exercise is a wasted question, and frankly, the reason a lot of these fatigue scales don't work. And so we tested this. We did concept elucidation and validation with patients over 2 years and came up with a set of 8 questions that are relevant, or sorry, I think it's 9, relevant to the patients and relevant to their disease. And so we'll be publishing that this next month at the big mitochondrial disease medicine. So both endpoints are validated. It's just we have a little bit more work to do with the fatigue scale as we do some in-study parameters to make sure that it's robust.
Great. And one last question. I mean, your Falcon study it's a quite long study. It's a 12-month treatment. How well are you now in terms of cash position? And how does it look, your cash burn in the next quarters?
Right. Yeah, good question. I didn't bring that up here. So we raised 200 million SEK last June to get us to the interim analysis. And so that's still the plan. So good cash position. Happy to have that. And we brought in, the nice thing about that raise was we did it at an extremely difficult time in the market. The Ukraine war had broke out. The market we thought was at a low. I guess maybe it wasn't. But it was still not a great time for the market. And we brought in new investors, and we did it at a very low discount. So really happy to have fresh blood in the company and have their backing as we move to this next stage. So that was a nice round.
Great. Thank you very much, Helen, for being here today with us and for the presentation.
Thank you.
And this was the last presentation today. Tomorrow more at 9:30. Thank you very much.